Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, yo, no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy spot was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just lay on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The sail is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
All viral.
Man, y'all make sure y'all share this video and make sure y'all subscribe to All Viral Access Media. You know the vibes.
Yeah. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. follow the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain turned to power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is.
We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved
return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Feeling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
When I was down, you was there. When you was down, I was there. Ups and downs, still right here. Street love, we don't disappear. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love. I mean, it's all love. on the ground. FBA 10 toes down. We compromise, we go through things. Still choosing us, that's what it means. I like it when you pull my hair. Spank me, choke me, you right there. Ain't no switch up, ain't no fear. When it get heavy, we still here. It's all love, it's all love. When I was down, you was there. All love, it's all love, it's all love. When you was down, I was there. All love, it's all love. Is all when I was down, you was there. When you was down, I was there. Ups and downs, still right here. Street love, we don't disappear. It's all love, it's all love, it's all love. I mean it's all love, it's all love. Without you there, it's all love, it's all love, without you there, it's all I love. Through the fire, through the pain, same side, different days. I mean it, it's all love. It's all love.
Sorry, y'all. Lady Chase house. The mouse ain't working like it should be. What up, Kookizi Certified Salute? Just getting started. Thank y'all for tapping in to Season 6, Episode 12, Part 1 of the Front Line Blacc News. And I'm your host, Chan Krumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Chase. She's in the background. She might be asleep or she might be listening. I don't know. But either way, she's present. And then we should be joined here, hopefully, shortly with Shabaka. Hopefully he wakes up and is able to join us. And on this Season 6, Episode 12, Part 1 of the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles, Black family. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote. All the way between now and 2100. So we've been saying since the very beginning of this program and on similar previous programs, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint, and we are in it for the long haul. This is going to be a generational long fight, and we are underway. So it's 2026 now, but it still remains the same. Demand something tangible for your vote, and that goes for the state, local, and federal level. So we're going to cover that, and then we got Trump deletes controversial video targeting Osambos after outrage. And then is the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Trump erasing Black history, man. Oh, Lord have mercy. Then we got latest controversy explained. Latest controversy explained. Then California governor candidate former VP candidate at BUTCH WARE on SABBY SABS. Then we got Inglewood Mayor James BUTCH Jr. says we're all immigrants. The hell we are. And all immigrants and immigrants built America. That's a bold-faced lie. Then we got the Black Lion Party just disrespect the Black Panthers again. When will these ops learn? Then breaking ICE agents say they're not getting paid or getting health insurance or health coverage. Then we got another confusing reparations bill introduced by a politician who sabotaged Black Americans. Can y'all guess who that is? In the chat. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado, where we are currently. And we give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. And we are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News is the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the original founding of the original Black Panther Party for self-defense. And we started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016. And I've been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It's also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. And once we get the link, we need to help our brother Shabaka, our elder Shabaka, because he's going through it right now. Please make sure you share, like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News, Frontline Blacc News 2, The Revolutionary Agenda, my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chant Kruma, Frontline Blacc News 2, backup channel, the RBA Lady Chase channel. Make sure y'all sub up to Lady Chase channel. She is just did a RBA a day or two ago. Make sure y'all check that out. And then we got Cuzzo J Militant out the Bay Area. Was cracking TV with Jay Militant. His link is in the description. A brother who's in the chat right now, Cool Keezy, certified Mile High Salute from the D-Town. Our brother, Cool Keezy's link is also in the description. Then we got our brother out of Virginia, by way of New York, Breeze Omega. His link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother out of Watts, California, who is now in Houston, Texas. Our brother, the Church of Black Power. His link is also in the description. And then we got our last but certainly not least, we got our young brother, Black Truth United. His link is also in the description. He's the one that came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for Black First, B1, and FBA, Foundational Black American Businesses. So the link to the Rolodex and to submit a business is in the description. Then we got the petition for reparations, family. Please make sure y'all sign that. And also, if you can, support Lady Chase GoFundMe. That link is also in the description. And we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and as economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. And that was by Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. That's by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And our shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed out of Los Angeles, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. I'm going to hop right into it with the tangibles. Yes, peace to brother Shabaka. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 7 years now. Damn, it's been 7 years. Yep. Tangibles 2020. And now it's Tangibles 2026. So Tangibles 2020. Back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundational Black Americans, which we are getting nationwide exposure now. Family ABC had to let the cat out the bag, and now they then had to take the video down. I wonder why. But either way, we still built this country, the people that built this country. And in this election cycle, we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. So the 2026 midterm elections are coming up. And then the 2027 Denver elections are coming up. And the 2028 next presidential election are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus, now it's like 55 plus, malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson for putting us up on game on this. This malign neglect policy, which has been in effect, Black family, since the late 60s, early 70s, mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, marginalized, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, vulnerable, distressed, communities of interest, communities of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I've already outlined, 2026, 2027, 2028, all the way to 2100, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits. Specifically for us, we do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles 2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing, Black family, for the past 7 years, going on 8. Where the hell is all the time going? But yeah, we are demanding something tangible for our vote. So any politician that's seeking our vote, they're going to have to produce tangibles. And when I'm talking about tangibles, I'm talking about something that's real, something you can feel, something that has substance, something you can count, measure with your own hand, like a check, i.e. reparations, direct lineage cash payments to foundational Black Americans for past, present, and future atrocities this is United States government continues to put our people through in 2026. So politicians are not offering nothing tangible for our votes. They're not getting our vote, or not offering nothing tangible to our specific lineage group. They're not getting our votes. And also tangibles is an anti-Black hate crime bill, which we do not have at the national level. End of qualified immunity in all 50 states. Land allotments, just land in general, specifically to us, and tax-free exemption for at least the next 50 to 100 years. So if they're not offering any of that, don't waste your time voting for them. Kukizi said across the what? Across the board, exactly, Kukizi. Across the board. If they're not offering nothing tangible for our votes, they're not getting our votes. The days are over. Them shaming, blaming, and explaining to us on why we need to vote. If we're gonna vote, we're gonna demand something tangible for our vote. Shout out to Black Light Reparations for the SBE. Shame, blaming, and explaining, because that's what they do. And then they can talk down on us, talk on any kind of way, especially them damn Democrats. And them days are over. If they're not offering nothing tangible, both the Democrats and the Repubs and the Independents, they're not getting our vote. It's just as simple as that. So we are owed a debt. It's not no damn handout. It's a debt that is owed, and it's been compounding interest. So now it's starting at 100 trillion. For past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. But it's been compounding interest, Black family. So now it is up into the gazillions. If they want our damn vote, they're going to have to at least, on this platform, we say 100 trillion. And I've noticed a lot of the voices in the new Blacc Media have been saying that now too. Shout out to our brother Church of Black Power. He's one. And we've been saying that for a good minute. If y'all been following us since our inception, we've been talking about that for a minute. So if they're not offering that, they're not getting our vote. It's just as simple as that. You're not going to be able to shame us and blame us and browbeat us and tell us, y'all know your ancestors died for you to have the right to vote. No, them days are over. So you got to come harder and better than that, Democrats, and you want to produce some goddamn tangibles, especially you, because we target you because majority of our people still vote for you. It's beyond me why they still vote for you, but, you know, old habits are hard to end or stop. So we've been doing this for 60 plus years and not getting nothing tangible for our vote. Them days are over. The symbolic gestures, the first black this, the first black that, them days are over. They're not coming with no tangibles, no matter what they color. They're not getting our goddamn vote. It's just as simple as that. So if they're not offering that at the local, state, and federal levels, don't waste your time. Yeah, Trump just made history. Yeah, I'm about to get on that Kukizi. So perfect timing. So yeah, moving along, since it's just gonna be me, I guess. We got the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. He deletes controversial video targeting the old Sambos after outrage. So this has been the latest thing, or one of the latest things that has recently happened. So our sister Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. Make sure y'all sub to her if you haven't already. Found out about her through Professor.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. We're going to talk about Donald Trump going to social and posting the Obamas, depicting them as apes. Now, we know them referring to us as primates is something very historic.
Yeah, they've been doing that.
Although our DNA has no ties to any monkeys or apes,
right?
Which goes to show you
they're more related to apes.
When the Most High created us, we have always been nothing but men and women
don't have no lips
on this earth.
Apes don't have
we
lips.
Did not evolve into something else. We did not go through an evolution. We were created as men and women, and that's what we are today, and that's what we were in the very beginning.
To try to depict us as monkeys.
Now, our accusers, on the other hand, have all kinds of ties and links to Reese's monkeys and stuff. You know, there are also memes online comparing white people's lips to chimpanzees. You know, they don't have that comparison with us, but they do with white people. And see, what I don't get about them is They keep going on and on about us being monkeys, but and I kid you not, when you look at most of the memes that are online today, virtually all of the memes are comparing white people to primates, to rhesus monkeys, to chimpanzee. All of the depictions are them.
Yep.
And I said, wow, how things have changed. But, you know, there's still that few that are still hanging on to we are these monkeys. And it's nothing but an attempt to dehumanize us.
Yep, that's all.
To make us feel less than. But y'all, my observation is for them to put that out there, they feel less than. Let's look at a comparison to Donald Trump and the Obamas. Now, we know Michelle went to Yale, Obama went to Harvard. You know, when you listen to now, and just follow me on this, when you listen to, now I'm not favoring the Obamas, but even they don't deserve to be called apes, all right? When you listen to Obama and Michelle talk and listen to Donald Trump, it don't take a rocket scientist to see who got the smarts here. It doesn't. You can instantly pick up the Obamas far exceed Donald Trump in education. They far exceed them in him in intelligence and so on and so forth. And Donald Trump is also butt sore that Barack Obama won back-to-back terms in office and he didn't. Barack Obama and Michelle, when they left the White House, they got $60 million apiece. They gave her $60 million and gave him $60 million. And they had all kinds of book deals with Netflix. They had all kinds of money. So you know, when they left shortly after that, I had read a story that the Obamas were on their way to having well over $100 million because of all the contracts and deals. When they left the White House, they left with all kinds of Netflix deals, book deals, and all kinds of speaking engagements. $100 million easy. Yep. And Donald Trump didn't get offered any of those things.
That's why we call him the
Obama, because he's a two-term president. He was one. He gets a library. Donald Trump didn't. See, when you only do one term, you get nothing. You don't get the money. You get nothing. You got to serve two terms in order to get all of the rewards from it. He didn't get none of that. A lot of it is jealousy. Number 3, Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize. Donald Trump has been chasing the Nobel Peace Prize forever. Now, even in his first term, he was trying to get it. He didn't get it. He didn't get it in his second term. A Venezuelan woman won, but you know, the people that are in charge of the Nobel Peace Prize says she can't give that away. Even if she physically give it to Donald Trump, it is still documented that she won it, not Donald Trump. She can't give it away. Although she, you know, she did, but they said she is still the recorded winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, not Donald Trump. Okay? And Donald Trump got 34 felonies on him. The Obamas to have no felonies. Michelle Obama's documentary Becoming over on Netflix, millions and millions of people watched that documentary. Melania did one on her life and nobody has gone to the movie theater hardly. Selling 7 tickets and a ticket here and there, that's a nobody. That's like nobody watching your movie. So in comparison, the Obamas far exceed both the First Lady and Donald Trump to present day. They have not exceeded them to this very day. So it's jealousy. Yeah. So let me tell you, when President Donald Trump posted this on this photo of the Obamas as what have the Obamas done to him? I haven't seen them do anything. Now, Barack Obama attended Trump's inauguration. Michelle wouldn't go. I knew Michelle wasn't going.
Yeah.
That's one thing. That woman don't play. She don't be playing around and trying to pretending. She'll just walk away. She didn't go. Nope. And
what the hell with her too?
Donald Trump, he's between them, he's the one that's inadequate. He is the one inadequate. Now, when this was posted on Truth Social, y'all, it was literally out there for 12 hours before it got taken down. So for 12 straight hours, that depiction of the Obamas as apes was out on Truth Social. And a lot of people got the picture and reposted it, and they were dragging Donald Trump for putting that out there in the first place. So it was a lot of backlash on the internet.
Other than him.
Well, when Donald Trump finally said something about it, he claimed, this is what, and I don't believe him, by the way, he claimed one of his aides put that out there. He didn't do it. I don't believe Donald Trump. I believe Donald Trump put that out there himself.
Yeah, like
he did not anticipate the amount of backlash that came, because they said not only did the backlash happen, a lot of people within his own party felt that was not right for him to do. But that's what he did. He tried to put it on an aid. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. So you have this social media account, you know, and all kinds of aides got access to it too. Nah, Donald Trump is lying. He willingly put that picture out there. I really firmly believe that. I do.
I hope she shows the picture.
And, you know, here's the bottom line, Donald Trump. As I stated in the beginning, we have no primate DNA.
Right.
And when you put people like Donald Trump next to a rhesus monkey, you'll see more similarities than if you put Obama next to that rhesus monkey. Yeah. I'm just saying. So anyway, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started.
Yeah, she shows it good.
Okay, here we go. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Shabbat shalom to everybody in the chat.
He loves tweeting and reading.
Thank you.
His racist people's videos thinking it was groovy and cool. Yeah.
We have some news right now. There is outrage, even from MAGA Republicans now, as Caroline Levitt is outwardly defending Donald Trump's racist post depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as monkeys. In a new statement, she tells the press to stop with the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public. MAGA Republicans, even on the internet, are demanding that Trump take down the racist video. Now, she wants us to talk about something that, quote, actually matters to the American public. Racism actually matters to the American public. You know what else actually matters to the American public? The Epstein files. And that's what we're going to talk about too today. We're going to talk about how Donald Trump is mentioned by name 4,800 times, referenced more than 30,000 times in the Epstein files. We're going to talk about how there are many wealthy and powerful people very connected to Jeffrey Epstein that have yet to be held accountable. And we're not going to stop talking about the Epstein files, and we're also not going to stop calling out the racism. We can do both, and the media should do both. And that's what I'll be doing today. Spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
The video was deleted from President Trump's account, and it comes after a growing chorus of Republican lawmakers called on the White House to take the racist image down, including, as you say, Senator Tim Scott, who posted the image in addition to his post. ABC is not showing the image, but we are showing you the post, and it says, quote, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it. The racist image comes at the end of a minute-long video the president posted on his social media platform. The first 59 seconds describe debunk election conspiracy theories from 2020. And at the end, the video suddenly cuts to an animated meme showing the Obama's faces on the bodies of apes. The NAACP is out with a statement saying, in part, quote, Donald Trump's video is blatantly racist, disgusting, and utterly despicable, end quote. That again from the NAACP. Images of Black people as apes have been used throughout American history to dehumanize them. Slave traders and segregationists use these types of images to depict Black people as inferior, and at times it's led to violence. Initially, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a statement, quote, this is from an internet meme depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public, end quote. But again, since that statement, the video now appears to have been deleted, and the White House is now saying from an anonymous staffer, quote, that they erroneously made the post. The video that Leavitt described in that initial statement I just played for you was originally shared on Facebook last October by the Hardin County Republican Party of Kentucky. The chairman of that group issued an apology at the time and deleted the original post after backlash. And again, a number of Republican lawmakers are reacting to this. Another is Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He's posting, quote, the president's post is wrong and incredibly offensive, whether intentional or a mistake, and it should be deleted immediately with an apology offered. The Obamas have not commented on the video at this point.
You're absolutely right.
Name one time Trump was racist. Okay, I will. 1973, the Nixon administration sued Trump for refusing to write to Black people. 1980s, Trump's casinos were accused of hiding the Black staff when Trump visited. 1989, Trump took out a full-page ad arguing for the death penalty for a group of 5 Black men at Central Park 5, effectively putting a bounty on their heads and bringing them to a lifetime of death threats. He was sued by the Justice Department for discrimination. 1991, Black guys counting my money I hated. The only kinds of people I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes every day. I think the Black guy is lazy, and it's probably not his fault because laziness is a trait in Blacks. It really is. 1992, Trump's casino was fined $200,000 for transferring Black dealers off certain tables to appease
while he was in office.
1993, Trump said Native American casinos shouldn't be allowed because they don't look like Indians to me. 2000, Trump ran a series of attack ads against Native American casinos, alleging, with no proof, that they were guilty of crimes. 2004, Trump fired a Black contestant from The Apprentice for being overeducated. 2010, Trump arguing in favor of segregating Muslims in Lower Manhattan. 2011, birtherism. Trump alleged that Obama was Kenyan based on nothing but skin color. He never apologized nor denied.
Donald Trump's Truth Social account has posted Barack and Michelle Obama as apes. The administration defended this for hours. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, came out and defended this video and said that the media should focus on something more important. It was right after that Senator Tim Scott, a Black man, came out and publicly lobbied for Donald Trump to take the post down. At that point, that's when Donald Trump took the post down and said it was some staffer that posted that. Here's the thing about technology, though, is that it is very easily verifiable where that post came from. Being in technology myself, I know this for a fact. So Donald Trump needs to release all of the information that proves that somebody else logged into his account from a different location than where he was at and showing that they posted that. Anything less than this is an admission that Donald Trump posted this himself. I've been telling you guys for months about this. Donald Trump will throw you under the bus before he even sees a tire. Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, I hope you're paying attention to what's going on here, because the same thing's about to happen to you. As soon as it becomes clear that Donald Trump can throw you under the bus to get away from something, he's going to do it. Remember, Nixon's attorney general went to prison. Nixon never did. Now, following these stories takes a lot of insight. I have to do a lot of research, which is why I would recommend Ground News. So you can see this is the app here. I've been following this story all day. So if you find a story that you like, that you want to look at a little bit more closely, you can see how it's broken out by left or center. If there was a right interest there, it would be there too. There's a bias comparison that tells you what you're looking at. There's a cool full coverage. And there's a breakdown, tells you factuality, bias, ownership, those type of things. This is good stuff. And since I'm partnering with Ground News, you can get Vantage Unlimited Access Plan by using the link in my bio. That's ground.news/Goldsby. Again, that's ground.news/Goldsby. Until my next video, guys, drop a follow on TikTok, subscribe on Instagram, subscribe on YouTube. I love you guys. See ya.
This is y'all president. This is y'all president. Dead ass. I'm like so eager to see MAGA run defense for this. Like, I really want to see the defense that's going to get ran for this shit right here. It's just going to be super wild because I haven't seen a lot of politicians say anything about this on Twitter yet. But then you got people like Terrence Cuck Williams, this comedian, I guess, saying that it's not real, it's not real. But the funny part is everybody in the comments is telling him it's real and he is yet to respond or make a new post since. But yeah, man, MAGA, what y'all gonna do, man? You gonna defend it? You're gonna deny it, of course, like Terrence is doing. You're gonna come back and say, well, it's okay, it's just comedy anyway. Look at South Park. Too bad South Park isn't our president, right? Just curious. How do you guys feel? Let me know in the comments below, MAGA.
It's shit like this that when people tell me that the president not racist, this is exactly the kind of shit that I turn to. It's like, you mean to tell me that the president take Michelle Obama and Barack Obama and put their face on a monkey suit, gorilla suit, monkey suit, either or. Now, since then, the president has taken this down. And I think the only reason that he took it down is because they tried to make it like he was saying, oh, I'm the king of the jungle and so or whatever. But at the same time, under the post, all of MAGA started commenting, like basically letting him know, like, we know there's some racist shit, saying stuff like, oh, yeah, they need to go swing from a tree. So that's not making sense to me at all to try to make it like you was trying to say, oh, you the king of the jungle, but then you take Barack Obama and Michelle Obama and put them in a monkey suit. And then the White House say, this is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matter to the American public. Caroline. That's bullshit, and they know it. Y'all drop a comment. Let me know what y'all think about this bullshit.
The disrespect. The disrespect. Oh, gosh. Oh, my. And you know what? He's a very, very smart man. I see why. Yes, it's some BS. It's effed up. But you know how he's smart? You know how he's smart? Because he knows that will take the heat off him and deflect away from the whole Epstein files. You know? I mean, there's been a reaction, yeah, but there hasn't been a mass reaction, yeah. And that may, in a kind of way, be a good thing because people are still on his neck, keeping their foot on his neck regarding the Epstein files. This is regarding sitting President Donald Trump, okay? But this really, as it is, yeah, just an attempt to take the heat off his neck. Because right now, you know, governments, boy, social opinion is at its lowest ever with regards to governments and power. You know, listen, people that were in denial, yeah, like the whole, you know, what people classed previously as conspiracy theory, yeah, this is now conspiracy reality. If it makes sense, you know, and even the right-wing commentators, the smaller right-wing commentators, yeah, you know, in the UK and the US, you know, the small-time YouTube, you know, the usual candidates, yeah, they're quiet on this because this is big boy stuff. This is game-changing stuff. This is stuff that's going to change the political arena forever, possibly. You know, don't forget they're talking about Bill Gates, talking to Epstein about the pandemic 6, 7, 8 years before it even happened. But no, we're sticking on this. Let's not detract. I'm detracting here. This is a new low. Yeah. And let's not forget, Obama hasn't been in office for how long? You know, Biden's been in since him. Okay? But let me just hit an article on this, yeah? So we give it some context before I can come back again. Yeah. But as it stands, according to an UK independent broadsheet article, Trump shares video depicting Barack
as apes. Now, supposedly, according to Sophia Chai, that the video was uploaded by a staffer and that Donald Trump never saw it. President Trump didn't see the video, legitimately didn't. A staffer posted it. For what it's worth, only a small handful of staffers have access to his Truth Social account. So then the question here would be, is that staffer getting fired for exhibiting racism on a presidential platform, no less? This also sets a precedent that if Donald Trump decides to post something else that is egregious, shameful, and disgusting, will he just use this same excuse again? And is he liable for what is put on his platform, or are his staffers? And if these are the staffers that are posting stuff for him, it just shows how incompetent they are and how incompetent Trump chose his staffers as well. Mehdi Hassan, who's the founder of Zeteo News, said that no one believes this, and will that imaginary staffer be named and fired? And I have to agree with those questions. Because, reminder, they said it was no big deal because it was depicting them as characters from The Lion King, which begs the question that means it was not racist in any way, yet they deleted the video anyway. Straight incompetence. That is the news. You can follow for more, but you don't have to.
So reportedly that racist picture of the Obamas on y'all's president's Truth Social has been removed. Now, they saying that this was a staffer that put that the president didn't put it, and it was unbeknownst to him. But none of us believes that the president is actually like doing his own social media posts. Like clearly the people are putting what he wants them to put, and it's his thoughts and everything that's on there. But none of us believes that he's on there with his own tricky fingers, like posting stuff, right? Now, the ironic thing about the way he be moving sometimes is usually he acts like the smartest person in every room. He's the smartest person. He knows more than anybody has ever known in the history of knowing things. And yet, when the ish hits the fan, he runs straight to deniability. Oh, it wasn't him. It was a staffer. It was unbeknownst to him. Is the staffer fired and relieved of his duties? Has the staffer been terminated since he went out here and did this? Like, make it make sense. Help us to understand what all is going on. And listen, and also let's be clear, nobody is surprised that an image like this would appear on y'all's president's social media. We know that these are common tropes and common racist ideologies about the way some people see Black people. So it's not like it's far-fetched or anything. I'm just saying.
She definitely voted for Kamala.
So as far as Caroline Levitt, you can go fuck yourself. Okay? You can go. Who's gonna really listen to you? You go on TV every single day lying for Donald Trump day in and day out, like you are some credible person with some voice. Girl, if you don't go somewhere and get out of here, ain't nobody listening to you.
Talk to the viewers, make sure y'all hit that.
So anyway, y'all, the bottom line is this was done on Donald Trump's account. At this point, it can't be undone. You can try to put it on a staffer and anyone else in your cabinet. And I do agree with what some of these people said. If you didn't get rid of that person, then I don't believe that was a staffer. I believe that was Donald Trump. I really do. And I don't believe anybody logged into that account and put that out there other than Donald Trump.
Truth Social.
That's my opinion, and that's where I stand on the whole thing. Yeah, let's see more of the Epstein files. That's what we really need to see. We don't need to see no depictions of Barack Obama and Michelle as apes. We need to see more of the Epstein files. And where's the victims? Where are the surviving Donald Trump documentaries on Netflix? That's what we need to see. Go get the victims. Y'all gave Art Kelly that treatment, but you're not going to give that treatment to Donald Trump. Let's see the surviving Donald Trump victims on Netflix. That should be the next move that's made up in here. So y'all, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all of your support. I did make goal this week, and I see some people are still donating. I will keep it up because some people did ask me to keep it up. They want to still make donations. I will keep it up until the very end of February, and then I will take down my fundraiser. But I thank each and every one of you. I pray the Most High will bless you in your daily life. And I pray that, you know, when the 18th come, that everything will go well and I'll be able to continue on with you online without missing a beat.
Remember,
so y'all have a wonderful, wonderful day. We have Bible study at 1:45. So many of you I will see then. If not, have a wonderful afternoon.
They
Shalom,
just added them
family.
back on last year. Elon's punk ass added them back on. Just all right, let's subscribe. Front Line Blacc News.
The legendary Tethanator in the building. Ty Powell coming through real heavy. Sir Mike. Hitman. What's up, Hitman? FBA 617. Recco, respect to you. Who else we got? Ramon FBA, respect to you, brother. Kay. All right, shout out to everybody.
What can mean?
Hello, ma'am.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. What about what can mean?
Yes, indeed. I am good. Where you calling from, ma'am?
UK.
You're in the UK? Okay. Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, honey.
Okay. We'll okay, hold on. You want to do a battle early? We'll do an early battle. Let's do an early battle. All right.
Early battle?
Yeah, we're battling now. We're battling. I wanted to chop it up with the family, but we're battling. What's your name, ma'am?
Kelly.
Gelly? Hold on. Girly. Okay, Girly. All right, Girly, you from Nigeria originally?
UK originally.
Oh,
I have
okay.
an African parent.
You have an African parent?
Yeah.
It's that music is real distracting.
Loud?
Yeah.
Guys, let's go on the double.
Hold on. God damn. Had to mute. That music is so damn loud.
It sound like she.
Oh my goodness. I don't know why they call it playing that loud ass music. They play that loud music and it's very distracting. I don't want to hear it. Why do they do that? Why do they do that? What is that thing? These foreigners, they call it playing that loud music and it's just extremely distracting and you can barely hear them. It's all right.
Right.
Good grief. No, so I like to talk to people. I like to talk to people to see how interesting they are. Some people are interesting, but that's one thing. They have that loud ass music playing.
Outrage.
All right. It's very, very distracting. I don't know why they do that. Especially when they want to have a battle. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All right. But I'm going to chop it up with the family. I need y'all to share the space. Hit the hearts when you come in. Share the space and hit the hearts when you come in. All right. Share the space and hit those hearts and let everybody know that we are indeed live because we're going to be chopping it up. We got 3 minutes left. Why do some of these battles seem like they be lasting forever?
Yeah,
all right.
Just deep, man.
All right. Girly, you good over there, Girly?
Thank you.
Can Girly hear me?
Adrian, thank you for the follow. Guys, let's go together. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do all that we can.
Okay, and I think she might have me muted too. So I think she's trying to muster up some tricks. And I don't think her tricks are coming through like that. All right, but y'all come on in this room and hit those hearts. Hit those hearts when you come in the room. All right, she got a little louder. Yeah, I just put her on mute for a minute. All right. Let me see what we got here. The legendary Tethanator's wife. Shout out to you, beloved. We got to talk about the racist video that Trump posted. We got to talk about that.
The titles of this.
I'm pretty sure you guys heard about that. Trump was on Truth Social Media, and he posted a video. And in the video, they showed a lot of Democrats as animals. It was like some kind of Lion King parody or something like that. And it showed different Democrats as different African animals. But they had an image of Michelle Obama and Barack Obama as apes. They had them depicted as apes. So, you know, Trump and those guys, they were trying to, I guess some of his handlers were trying to cover it up. That, well, if you look at the whole video, everybody was apes and it wasn't racial. It was. I mean, yeah. Yeah. You know, that was pretty damn racist. Let's be very, very clear. That was pretty racist. It wasn't an accident. That wasn't an accident whatsoever. Yeah, it was racial. Let's be very clear. Let's be clear. Ape imagery is not ambiguous. That's one of the oldest racist tropes in Western history. Amplifying imagery that depicts Obama and Michelle Obama as apes, that's like centuries old dehumanization. And they used to use that to justify slavery and lynching and segregation and all that. So that's not edgy humor. That's racial iconography, right, with a well-documented purpose. And the fact that it was done on Black History Month, you know, that was to send a little message to the little constituents. You know, that was to send a message. Ain't nobody fooled by that. Okay, that's another level of mockery. That's a whole layer, different layer of mockery. So Black History Month, it exists so that Black contributions that were erased from mainstream history will still get talked about. So using that same month to circulate dehumanizing imagery, you know, that's symbolic antagonism. You know, so you're using the Obamas as a proxy, all right? Yeah. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this type of stuff, this is why a lot of Black voters voted for the couch. See, a lot of people, they try to frame a narrative. If we don't vote Democrat, we're going to just be Republican by default. No. When we said we voted for the couch, many of us voted for the couch. I voted for the couch. That's one of the reasons why I didn't. I can speak for me. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for the Republicans, and many other Black people didn't. They chose the couch. The couch was still effective. But the reason why a lot of people don't, you know, flip over to the GOP, even though they're dissatisfied with the Democrats, that dissatisfaction does not equal ideological amnesia.
Right.
You see? So actions like this, you know, that reinforces a long-standing concern that the Republican Party will tolerate in their platform that type of racial hostility. So, you know, that's still a concern. That's why a lot of us voted for the couch. You know? And understand something. People being disgruntled with the Democrats, that doesn't mean a willingness to embrace humiliation. A lot of Black voters, they might criticize the Democrats for their broken promises and their condescending attitude and their neglect. But that criticism exists within a demand for dignity. So we're not trying to switch sides. Everybody's going to have to get some damn act right. Everybody has to get some damn act right. Yeah. And, you know, the Democrats, they're really going to weaponize this. You know, they're going to weaponize the whole Trump
posting up the Obamas. Boy, they're gonna go at it. They
They
love to point out racism. Now, when the Democrats or some left-wing people are doing something racist, oh, nobody hears a peep. When some of these illegal immigrants or even legal immigrants are doing something harmful to black people, well, nobody wants to talk about the racism there. See, the Democrats and these people only talk about racism when they can pin it on the Republicans. That's the only time they talk about it. That's the only time they get hard body about it. You see, because what they're trying to do now, I've actually seen interviews. Oh, Trump did this racist thing. That's why I'm out here registering people to vote. So yeah, this is going to be like a little voting campaign. Yeah, this is going to be their little voting campaign. It's like, see, Trump is racist, so you better vote blue. They're going to start going into the fear-based voting. And that ain't working. Yeah, that has diminishing returns at this point. Listen, black voters, we have seen racism before. All right? So the stuff don't even shock us no more.
better recognize.
So what we're saying is, okay, if you point out that racism, what are you going to do about it policy-wise? Okay, yes, I see it and you see it. Now, when Asians had some racism against them, y'all had crime bills immediately, intangibles immediately. Okay, GOP is racist, Trump is racist. Okay, got it. You see it, the Democrats see it. Okay, now what are you going to do about the racism?
Well, nothing.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Really? You just vote for Kamala. Okay, what's she going to do about it? She done already told us what she ain't going to do for black people, so what the hell?
No.
What you going to do about it?
I'm not going to
You
do
see?
it specifically for black people now.
That's what we got to ask the Rollins and all that, you know, because they, oh, Roland, has he talked about it yet? I don't listen to Roland, but you know Roland. See that? See, we told you, stupid fools. Trump out here making Michelle Obama look like a monkey. See, like we told you.
Stop sloganeering.
No. What are you going to do policy-wise?
That's why.
Because understand, voting against racism is not the same as voting for empowerment. Black voters are increasingly clear.
Stop slanging.
We're not doing opposition voting. Opposition voting without tangibles, that becomes political stagnation. So what tangibles are you going to bring to the table? It's still tangible gang over here.
Exactly.
Tangible gang over here.
Tangible gang over here.
And see, the problem with the Democrats, their problem is credibility. It's not the messaging. Like I said, the many black voters believe the Democrats only show urgency during election cycles. So using Trump's racism as a turnout strategy without addressing Democratic neglect and other policies that they put together to harm us, that just reinforces the belief that black votes are taken for granted, and we don't want to be taken for granted. Yeah. And I think a lot of Republicans out here, they misread black political frustration as ideological flexibility. See, being disgruntled, that don't mean ideological openness.
Right.
It means higher standards.
Right.
So that behavior that Trump and these guys are doing, that signals a message that the Republicans, they're not really serious about earning black trust.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to exploit dissatisfaction among voters. And we got to understand that the future black vote is transactional. It's not emotional.
Right.
See, these parties, they try to get on this outrage thing. They want to get into nostalgia and fear, and everything is emotional. And right now, black voters are policy driven. We're lineage aware. We're outcome focused when it comes to politics.
That's right.
So we're saying we still gonna need everybody to step up to the plate with some tangibles that truly represents us.
Right.
All right, let me get some folks in here. Let me chime in with the family. What's on your mind, family? Yeah, I know I'm a little late. I'm late, but I'm here. Shit. Somebody said, you is late. I am. I know. I'm pretty late tonight. You ain't doing nothing else. What you about to do? You ain't doing nothing.
All right. think that's
You're about to go to a juke joint, and that lets out over where you at right now. So,
yeah. So, thank you, Tariq, for your input on that. Yeah, it's just Democrats gonna try to run with this. Don't be fooled, FBA family. Both of these goddamn parties is racist as hell. I don't give a damn about black people, especially FBA. And yeah, neither one of them is our friend. So if they're not coming with no tangibles, it's a waste of time voting for them. So, it's FBA History Month. Shout out to ABC for putting that video out, which they just recently took down or made private, rather. And yeah, it's FBA Black History Month. We know Black History is 365 days a year and 366 on a leap year. So they want to know, is the dump as a human shit, and I'm going to make that perfectly clear, erasing Black History Month? No. So Lisa going to give us an update on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. I do want to make one announcement. I did reach my goal on my Send Give Go. It is still up. So if people still want to donate, it's there. But I just want to take the time to say thank you so much. I am so at ease now that I can go and get my procedure done. And hopefully I can get back to doing my regular life things and just keep it moving. So, I'm not really that far away from February 18th. So I thank you. It's going to be up until the end of the month, and then I'll probably more than likely will take it down. But thank you for your contributions. Thank you for all of your prayers, your emails, and the Zells, the Cash Apps, the PayPal, GoFundMe. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I pray for nothing but blessings for you from the Most High. So, y'all, we're going to get into Donald Trump and his effort in trying to erase us from everywhere. And these people, they have been on one for quite some time. We had, before they got on this DEI kick, they were on the CRT kick, critical race theory, and running around complaining about that. And banning books written by Black authors. It was just going to their school boards and whining and complaining about they don't want their kids in the class during Black history. They don't want them learning that. I never thought that was right. If you got the option of not learning Black history, why do we not have the option to walk away when your history is being taught? I don't think that's fair. And I think that's very one-sided. And what makes you think we want to know your history? Your history ain't nothing but lies anyway. It's not like you're telling the truth. It's just a bunch of lies. You're wasting everybody's time. And besides, you start removing history, you might as well close the museum. Nobody is going to go to a museum and look at all white history. It is just, you might as well just close it down. Nobody's going to go look at that. So Donald Trump is doing it for two reasons. Yes, he wants to erase our history and elevate his own people. And number two, they don't like the stigma of slavery on them. So they will do anything to get that off. So they figure if we erase this and then the next generation come along, we don't have to teach them nothing. That is not going to work. That is not going to work. They're not going to be able to go through their entire lifetime and not know about the racism, not know about, a lot of certain historical events that occurred and all of the blood that was spilled on this land. There was a lot of blood spilled on this land. And there is no way they're going to make it through their life and not encounter somebody that's going to say something. But good luck. Removing items and artifacts is not going to erase what is really, that really took place in history on this land. So you can go ahead and take it. We can go ahead and take it. But if you think I'm going to get up and cheer when history is spoke about you, you got another thought coming. In fact, I would advise everybody to walk away. So if you can't hear about somebody else's history, real history, mind you, that really took place, why should I be subjected to yours? I think everybody should walk away from yours. And not to mention, you done got so bold and blatant. Y'all are doing this mess out in the open, removing stuff and banning stuff. You're doing this all out in the open. And Donald Trump was getting ready to rape the Black Smithsonian until he was stopped. This is ridiculous. Slavery happened. Jim Crow happened. Reconstruction happened. Civil rights happened. Mass incarceration happened. All this oppression up in here happened. What the hell do you mean you're trying to hide it? Oh, because white kids are going, no, this is not, y'all, this ain't about no white kids. This is about the white adults that have spent their life having a problem with listening to our history. And so they're trying to now lay this excuse onto the feet of their children. And it's not really their children at all. It's the adults. It's the white adults like Donald Trump. That's who it's been. That's who it's always been. It's always been them. But the fact that the whole world is watching you take all this stuff down and you think people are not going to speak on the history that you removed? Boy, y'all are really, truly more delusional than I ever anticipated. So, y'all, we're going to hear, and another reason, they're trying to get us in the streets. They figure if they keep removing anything attached to our forefathers, we're going to get so mad and we're going to jump up and run to the streets. Nobody is going to run to any streets for no object that you removed. It's not going to happen. Nobody's going to go out here because y'all want us out here badly, including Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been doing all kinds of, backhanded things to get us upset. And we sure have not gotten upset enough to go out in these streets. And you know what? You won't. You know why? You have done every rotten, dirty, low-down thing you could possibly do to us. We're no longer shocked by your actions. We're not. We're not even surprised by your actions anymore. We have seen it for far too long, for century after century. It's no shock value in what you do. You don't like us. You never liked us. You never will like us. And it shows in your actions. And I would say a year, 2, 3, 4 down the line, it will be the same way. One thing you are is consistent. So, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Donald Trump is actively trying to purge museums of Black history and whitewash America's history by calling our museums too woke.
Well, we want the museums to treat our country fairly. We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or in a racist manner, which is what many of them, not all of them, but many of them are doing. Our museums have an obligation to represent what happened in our country over the years, good and bad, but what happened over the years in an
the museums, when it comes down to slavery, it does tell the truth. The bottom line is Donald Trump sounds like an idiot. Okay, he sounds like an idiot. The entire history of America is racist. And that's not due to us. That is due to the people that look like Donald Trump. Y'all set the tone for America. Y'all created the laws. You created the policies. You created all this oppressive environment that's here. All right. So what the hell are you complaining about it now? It was fine for a long time. But see, what it is, you want to do it. You just don't want to hear about it. And that's unrealistic. That's why it's never going to happen where you can do and carry out all these racist acts and never hear about it. That's unrealistic. You are never going to see that in your lifetime. You're going to always be listening to it, whether you like it or not. If you want racism to go away and you don't want to hear about it no more, Donald Trump, you can pick up your pen and give us our reparations. Then you and your people will never have to hear another word from us again. So snatching out artifacts and trying to whitewash everything, that's not the answer. The answer is giving us our reparations.
Right.
Anything less than that, then you ain't done a damn thing, but sit around running your mouth. So let's go on.
accurate way.
Black American history is barely taught in America as it stands now. There's no universal curriculum in this country to explain the history of what it means to be Black in America and our Black experience. We learn our history from our parents, our grandparents, our elders, and our community, and that's how we've always learned our history. And a bridge version of what most people in this country learn is that slavery was bad. Slaves were brought from Africa. They worked on plantations, mainly cotton and tobacco. Lincoln ended slavery, then cut to Martin Luther King and civil rights, and then we've been free. But that is not how history works, right? Our history is omitted from curriculum and omitted from the mainstream society, because that would have to mean that America would admit its portion and systematically oppressing us today. Slavery lasted for 246 years, from 1619 until 1865. And then for 89 years after 1865, we lived under one of the worst apartheid systems in the modern world, where Jim Crow run rampant. In 1954, we got the civil rights era starting, and when we had our leaders fight for our rights, fight for our rights to vote, fight for our rights to have fair and free housing. But we were still, the systems in place were already unilaterally spread throughout this country, meaning Black people couldn't do many things. And we had to fight for the next 30 to 40, 50 years, even today, to get access to certain things. But because this isn't taught, and the history and the gruesomeness of that slavery, where we have men raping women at their beck and call, and then stealing those babies from those mothers and then raping them again and getting them pregnant. Black people were sent to breeding farms, mainly in Virginia, to breed with each other, because the strongest slave would breed another strong slave, whether they were family.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
You know, I'm glad he brought this up. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. That's the part of history they have hidden for a long, long time.
Yep.
The slave breeding farms. That was some of the most brutal, brutal things that occurred. That existence was brutal. As soon as a young teen would get her cycle, she was rushed off to a breeding farm. And once on that breeding farm, not only did she get
Virginia,
raped by the men that were there to impregnate her,
Delaware,
the white men were there and they were doing the same thing. So these young, very young, immature, not even mature yet, girls were not only getting raped by the men that look like them, they were getting raped by the white men too. It was horrible.
Yeah, it was.
Do you know how awful that was? To be somebody 12 years old, get sent to a breeding farm, and on a regular basis, you're getting raped. That is what happened. It was horrific.
Yeah.
It was horrific.
Yeah.
And those breeding farms, y'all, are still there. They're just overgrown and in wooded areas where you can't see them. But they have completely hidden that part of the history. And they will only show you, out of all the things that occurred in slavery, a lot of stuff happened. The only thing they will show you today is a plantation. They won't show you nothing else. Our people did so much beyond that plantation, it's not even funny. But they have reduced us down to just picking cotton and vegetables on a plantation, and we did so much more than that, y'all. We did so much more. But that breeding farm was horrifying of what our people went through. It was horrible. I had a relative, and when I did my family tree, I found a relative that fathered. He was a man, and they looked at him as like one of those prize slaves. You know, he was real strong and buff. So they took him and bred him. I found one family member that was a breeder. He had over 300 children, y'all.
Damn.
It was documented. He had over 300 children. So there was a breeder in my family that I came across when I did my family tree.
Video down there.
So it's no telling how many blood relatives I have, and I don't know who they are. They could cross my path right now. I don't know who they are, but I know I got a lot of family that I do not know who they are that came from this one relative that was a breeder. So, no, y'all ain't gonna get in my face and tell me we didn't do nothing but plantation, because I got documentation of the breeder that was in my family.
Damn.
So y'all, let's go on.
So I probably do got some breeders in my family too. Damn.
Or not. That's where the term motherfucker comes from. The more you know. Lynching people, people bringing their babies to come watch lynchings, antagonizing Black people, terrorizing Black people, eating Black people. There's so many things that happen in America.
Oop, it's on Lisa's end.
Because somebody was asking, how do I know they were a breeder? Because when you go in the census, okay, when you go in the census, it told you what the slave was. So if the slave was a field hand, they would be listed as a whole hand.
Yep.
So you know that was an adult or a teenager that was out in the field. If it was a half hand was a child.
A half hand was a child
that was in the fields working. So some slaves were in the house. That was listed.
Yep.
All right. If that was a house slave, that house slave was listed. That was a slave in the house with the family.
Yep.
And if the slave was used for breeding, they had no shame. It was documented. That's how I know. That's how I know that family member was a breeder, because he was listed as a breeder.
Yeah.
Just like a damn animal. That's how you know. So whatever your slave trade was, in many cases, it was listed. These folks weren't ashamed of what they did to us. They were not ashamed. All right, let's get back to this. Let me add this back.
Are evil. It's always white people bad, black people good. And that's not the case. The case is, if we don't teach our history the correct way, why would anyone listen to my experience as a black person? And it's already being challenged. You know, it's every time I put up a video about the black experience or black history, people can throw out racist comments very quickly to me. And I'm like, why do you think it's so easy for you to be racist when my experience is exhausting? It is exhausting being black and have to stand 10 toes down for my history and my culture. Because if it's not us to teach it, they'll wipe it from the history books here. And that's what they're trying to do.
My people, hear me now. So Donald Trump just signed an executive order to silence our truth, to wipe out our history, and to put a fake smile on a nation that's been bleeding us dry since its birth. He calls it restoring truth in American history. But let's be real. This ain't about truth. It's about control. He wants to stop the Smithsonian from teaching our children about slavery, racism, genocide, and injustice. The very things that built this country brick by bloody brick. He's attacking the National Museum of African American History and Culture and any program that talks about the systems that tried to keep us down. Why? Because our truth makes him uncomfortable. Because our history exposes their lies. Trump says our museums have fallen under divisive, race-centered ideology. No, sir. Our museums have finally started telling the whole story. Not just the whitewashed version, not just the fairy tale, but the truth. That racism shaped American laws, its economy, and its identity. He says exhibits that teach about power, privilege, and disenfranchisement are anti-American. But what's more anti-American than hiding the truth?
Right.
Let's not forget, they told us that slavery was a necessary evil. They told us that we were 3/5 of a man. They erased black towns from maps. They built statues to the very people who fought to keep us in chains. And now they want to make it illegal for the Smithsonian, our institution, to even say race exists as a social construct. They don't want us to learn the truth because truth brings power, and power in the hands of people terrifies them. Trump's order even targets hard work and individualism, claiming that we label those things as white culture. That's a lie. What we've said is that those values were used to judge and punish black folks, while white systems handed out privilege without effort. That's the kind of twisted narrative they spread to silence us. This ain't new. Every time we gain ground, they move to the finish line. Every time we lift our voices, they try to shut us up. But we are not going back, as Kamala says. We are the truth they fear. We are the mirror they avoid. We are the proof that this country has never been perfect, but that our fight for justice is what makes it worth saving. So what do? We stand up. We speak out. We protect our stories. We teach our kids what the museum can. We support our Black historians, our artists, our storytellers. We call out every lie, every law, every order meant to erase us. Because if they take our history, they take our power. And if we lose that, we lose everything. But as long as we breathe, our truth lives on. They want to rewrite the story, but baby, we are the story. Let the world know. We won't let them erase our pain, our progress, or our people. Not today, not ever. So rise up, speak truth, stay woke. We got work to do.
As if we needed more confirmation that Donald Trump is nothing more than a racist, misogynist pig. His latest Truth Social drop really hits home. It is the 5th day of Black History Month in 2026, and our president takes it upon himself to post questionably one of the more openly disgusting racist things I have ever seen in my fucking life. Now, I'm not going to give it the credit of even posting it on here, but I will say it is a picture of former President Barack Obama and his wife dressed as monkeys. Now, I'm sure that's great for the racist Republicans out there, but really it just hits home that this man is not fit for this position of power. The most powerful, questionably the most powerful man on the planet. And he uses his time to just post openly, disgustingly racist things. Stay classy, MAGA.
But there's something even more sinister at work here. The executive order doesn't just target the enslavement exhibits. It aims to fundamentally change how American history is presented. It demands that all public monuments and museums do not contain descriptions, depictions, or other content that inappropriately disparage Americans' past or living. In other words, if the truth makes people uncomfortable, the truth has to go. The museum's founding director, Lonnie Bunch, spent years collecting over 40,000 artifacts to tell their story. He created a space that celebrates not just the struggles, but also the joys, the culture, and the triumphs of the African-American experience. Now, with a single signature, Trump is threatening to sound history
Black American
to make it more comfortable for those who'd rather not face the truth. But the war on Black history isn't just happening in museums. In January 2025, President Trump's administration sent an official message to all federal departments and offices. The message, addressed to department leads and key personnel, seemed bureaucratic on the surface, but its contents were chilling. Create a plan for eliminating DEI employees from the federal workforce. The departments were given until January 31st to complete this task. But Trump's administration couldn't even wait that long. A second message soon followed, and it was more urgent than the first. This one didn't just ask for plans. It ordered department leaders to begin firing DEI employees immediately. According to Trump, this move was meant to stop what he called racism within the government. He labeled these DEI programs, initiated by President Joe Biden, as both illegal and immoral. When he signed the executive orders to dismantle them, he referred to DEI as an identity-based spoil system, claiming it robbed hard-working Americans of job opportunities. And by hard-working Americans, he meant white Americans. And this attack on diversity didn't stop at government doors. The executive order encouraged federal agencies to explore ways to influence the private sector to eliminate their own DEI initiatives. The goal was to dismantle diversity programs across the entire country, and we're already seeing the impact. Major companies like McDonald's, Meta, Target, and Walmart have responded to this pressure. Walmart, for example, shut down a racial equity center it had created in 2020.
Facebook Meme News Central is saying that Donald John Quavius Trump wants to remove
Black history and African American history from the Smithsonian. Well, I decided to read the official documents, and I want to let you know exactly what he wants scrapped from the Smithsonian in order for it to keep receiving federal funds. Number one, in African American history and culture, they describe the nuclear family, work ethic, and intellect as white qualities that are rooted in racism. Donald John Quavius said, absolutely not. You can be Black, white, Asian, or Latina. Those are American qualities. The National Portrait Gallery, they choreographed a modern dance performance detailing the ramifications of the southern border wall. They also have art portraying illegal border crossings. We all knew that President Trump was against the illegal border crossing, so I don't understand what the problem is with that. Okay, next, the American History Museum. He said, take the pride flag down because your sexuality has nothing to do with American history. And he said, scrap the LGBTQ history because it's about American history. It has no bearing on what your sexuality is because that has no bearing on who you are as a human being and as an American. The National Museum of African Art, they have an underwater kingdom of pregnant women thrown overboard during the Middle Passage. Well, we want the history to be accurate and factual, so that part has to go. The National Museum of the American Latina. It features content from a disabled plus-size actress and an ambulatory wheelchair user who educate on identity, being Latino, Latina, LGBTQ, and disabled. I can't give you an answer as to why that was even there. They also rewrote the Texas Revolution as a fight about slavery instead of Texan independence from Mexico. So the whole point is, if we're going to tell history, if it's going to be a museum, especially one that is federally funded, it's going to have to be accurate and it's going to have to tell the truth. It also said that Black Lives Matter is what actually unites Latinos and Latinas. We all know that is grossly untrue. So he's saying scrap that. The National Portrait Gallery, they have a stop motion drawing of Dr. Fauci. He's not an American hero. Scrap it. American History Museum.
Right, why the hell is Fauci in there?
They argue in favor of and feature transgender athletes competing in sports against the opposite biological sex. We all knew his stance on that before he even won the presidency. While he was campaigning, before he got elected, he already told you what he thought about that, so that should not be a surprise. It also has an exhibit of the Statue of Liberty holding a tomato instead of a torch and a basket of tomatoes in her other hand. So again, some stuff he just wanted to scrap because he does not think it's American history. And to be quite honest, I don't think it's American history either. Side note, there is another part where it lists the Pilgrims as a myth, saying that they're colonizers, and they're saying that's not true. In actuality, they are colonizers, but the root of their colonization was for religious freedom, as opposed to the colonizers that came later, whose colonization was rooted in greed and monetary gain. So that's it in a nutshell. No, he's not trying to rewrite history. He just wants it to be more accurate. So I'll catch you guys on the next one. God bless you. God bless America. And God bless Donald John Quavius Trump. Love y'all. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
So we've seen Donald Trump try to erase Black history in the Smithsonian and in national parks. And now he's trying to ignore Black History Month.
Got a twin.
We haven't seen him say a word about it on social media. There have been no proclamations issued by the White House, and the Trump Kennedy Center doesn't have any Black History Month events on its calendar. This is no coincidence, but we're not going to let him erase our rich history and culture. And please know that I am always going to uplift Black voices and history.
So I'm sitting here in the wee hours of the morning, drinking my coffee, barely awake, and wondering what news happened overnight. And then I stumble across this Truth Social post from our president. This tired old racist trope would be disgusting from anybody, any decent human being, but it is particularly disgusting that the leader of the free world, the President of the United States, thought he needed to post this, especially on the heels of his mockery of the National Prayer Breakfast and during Black History Month. So I want to call on Republican elected officials today across the country and in this community to denounce this post. You don't have to say you disagree with the president's policies. You don't have to say that you dislike the president. You don't have to denounce the Republican Party. Simply denounce this post that the president was wrong, that it's racist, and that you ought to apologize to the Obamas. Is that so hard to do?
We have seen the very words used to describe Black Americans' experience with slavery and discrimination erased from federal recognition. We have seen websites purged of Black people's contribution to this country.
President Donald Trump chose to commemorate Juneteenth with a social media post complaining about the number of non-working holidays in the year.
President Trump promised to usher in a society that was
colorblind and merit-based.
Since taking office, President Trump ordered the Department of Interior to restore Confederate monuments that have been removed across the country over the past 5 years. We now have schools across the country facing the threat of losing federal funding if they support curricula such as Black and ethnic studies. Nowhere has the impact of these orders been more felt than at the Department of Defense.
I think the single dumbest phrase in military history is our diversity is our strength.
Black people have fought and died in every single war since this country's founding. It is a source of pride. And the fact that it is there that we are seeing the most aggressive efforts to remove that deeply seated piece of pride among this population has been devastating. They had to restore websites back after public outcry. When I speak to administration officials about this topic, they see these orders as a course correction from the last administration, who they believe largely engaged in very performative policymaking, which this administration believes amounted to what they call reverse discrimination against white people. For historians who study Black history in particular, this all harkens back to some of the most painful times in Black history, a dehumanization of Black people in the face of progress.
And our country will be woke no longer.
What these orders have done is signal to this country whose history matters.
I rise tonight during Black History Month to raise the alarm on the rewriting of American history that is happening at our national parks, our museums, our monuments, and our public spaces, as the Trump administration is attempting to erase the histories, the stories, and the lives of our Black, Native, Chicano, AAPI, and LGBTQ+ communities. We rise tonight to talk about what this means for the past, the present, and the future of this country, because as they say, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it, and this country has come far too far to forget. Mr. Speaker, how we as a nation remember matters. What we remember matters. Who we remember matters. Because this collective memory is the map on which we build our future. And our nation's national parks, our monuments, our memorials, our museums, and our public spaces are the places in which those memories are inscribed. Now, I want to begin tonight with a simple premise, that the act of remembering is a deeply political and a deeply powerful act. And so too is the act of erasure, of erasing and removing history. Because these are not merely acts of omission, but acts of power, acts of dominance, and yes, even acts of violence. Erasing is about telling people that their histories and their people do not matter, that your history, that your ancestors and your collective memories of pride, joy, struggle, resilience, and generations that came before do not matter. And this is exactly what this administration is doing, trying to take us back to a time where only the stories and lives of the few mattered. It began a year ago, on day one, when the president signed an executive order renaming Denali, the tallest mountain in Alaska and most sacred site to multiple indigenous communities, renamed after a president from Ohio without any consultation to the indigenous people of Alaska. That same day, the president signed an executive order mandating the elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion offices across the federal government, leading to the illegal firing and loss of leadership across federal and military service. In March, he signed another executive order called the Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History Order, directing the Smithsonian and the Secretary of Interior to remove what they called improper partisan ideology from exhibits and materials across the country. It targeted mentions of slavery, Native American history, Chicano history, AAPI history, LGBTQ plus history, climate change, and other topics which they claimed were divisive, anti-American, and created quote unquote national shame, thereby erasing the histories of tens of millions of Americans. Secretarial orders, including those at the Department of Interior, that has led to the censorship of government websites and the tearing down of signs at multiple monuments. References to the histories of famous leaders removed from websites. National holidays erased. Rewriting history and removing us from the American story. And what is this all in service of? Promoting some singular narrative to undermine the recognition of this nation's true history and its long history of struggles that have shaped us, of overcoming the loss of land, of killing and displacement of indigenous people, of slavery, of Jim Crow, internment, and the continued struggle for justice across our communities. This is our true history as a nation, not something we should be ashamed of, but what has shaped who we are. These actions erase the story of what makes this great nation beautiful. It's multicultural, multiracial, indigenous, Black, brown, white, and diversity that makes us who we are. This erasure delegitimizes the movements and wins that we've secured generation after generation. From the struggle for civil rights at Selma and the Edmund Pettus Bridge, slavery at Gettysburg, westward expansion into tribal lands that secured tribal sovereignty, references to transgender erased from the signs at Stonewall, where the birth of the modern LGBTQ plus movement began, references to indigenous history removed from the places from which people came from the battle place at Little Bighorn in Montana. Memories of Black and Native history erased from Independence Park, Cape Hatteras, and the National Mall. Remembrance of internment of Japanese Americans removed from Jamaica Bay in New York City. References to climate change removed at Fort Sumter in South Carolina and Acadia National Park in Maine. Public institutions and gift shops banned from carrying books in America, banned. And the Department of Education seeking to defund schools, universities, and institutions for teaching the history of the people and students and children who are there. So, Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated incidents. This is a wholesale attack on American history, on American democracy, on American progress, and the stories of our people. And it is at its core about power. Because as George Orwell noted, who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. So this is not, as this administration claims, about patriotism or telling the American story. It's about controlling knowledge and history itself. Whose histories, whose stories, and whose people are lifted up. especially as this country is celebrating its 250th birthday. So we are here tonight to say, not on our watch. We will not let this country slide into an Orwellian or authoritarian state where we cannot even tell our own histories, because we are here to tell the truth, just as history does.
His story. Not our story, his story.
All right, y'all. You know, let's just be real. As long as Gentiles are running this place,
exactly, Lisa.
It's these kind of things are always going to happen. It is. You know, they're not interested in preserving history. They're interested in preserving history that makes white supremacists look good. That's the only history they are concerned about. All other history of anything that took place in this country, they want it gone. And number two, that's very unrealistic. Centuries later, you're going to wait all these centuries later. Now it's time to get rid of stuff that's kind of asinine. I'm just saying. So, y'all, whatever objects Donald Trump wants to take, we need not concern ourselves with it. It's not anything that we don't worship objects or idols or anything like that. So he wants to take artifacts and let him do it. You know, it's still not going to drive us to the streets, Donald Trump. You know, it's just not going to work. You're not going to get what you want. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. And I want to thank Zachariah Williams, 16M, for your super sticker and contribution to my channel. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you. And y'all,
style ready, aim, bust, about to pop out and show them on Goddess of Promise.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Yeah, he's not erasing Black history because we are making Black.
Yeah, I'm coming for
every goddamn day. So you can't erase our damn history. It's ridiculous. No, we'll keep y'all updated on the dump's latest developments in regards to us. So moving along, we got this goddamn clown who called himself running for vice president in 2024 under Jill Stein, the Green Party. And now this clown calls himself running for governor of California. So, Sister Sabby SABS interviewed this clown again. And he got a message for us. Even though this is the same clown that called himself trying to argue with Jason Blacc about reparations during the last election, presidential election. And was running on the Jill Stein ticket. So TBA had interviewed both of them, and Butch WARE just put the nail on the coffin for her. So he called himself trying to make a resurgence, and now it's running for governor of California. Which he don't really stand no chance. Anybody rocking with this clown, but he wanted to do an interview with Sabby SABS, so I'm going to play that next. Michael's the one that brought this to my attention because I almost forgot about this clown. They said he was running for governor of California. I'm like, didn't he run for vice president and lose severely? But okay. So he decided he was going to pop up on Sabby SABS show a few days ago. She was talking about the Epstein and Bill Gates being in the Epstein files, Jay-Z and Bill Gates being in the Epstein files, and J.D. Vance bringing in the NWO. So while in the midst of that, this fool decided to come on. So I'm going to play that. He called himself rapping Cool Keezy. Shit is hilarious. So this is right before he get on.
Them leaving. So their residence will no longer be in the United States.
Sounds similar to Russell Simmons, right? How he packed up and got out of here. She made that prediction a couple years ago. So it looks like Jay-Z's, I don't know, protection is starting to fall here. But the reality is, like I said, for the people who are saying he couldn't have possibly known Harvey Weinstein, yes, he did. So this is why I say you can't have idols, you can't have heroes. You got to get out of that mentality and look at things for what they really are. Now, does that mean that he actually did something to these people? We don't know. We don't know. But what was driving me crazy is that people were willing to seriously lie after they had receipts right in front of them and say, no, he never knew that man. You should have reasonable doubt. All right. Oh, yay, Butch. All right, Butch is here. Yay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring in our next guest. And then after that, we'll do the JD Vance story. So our special guest is Butch WARE. He was the vice president for Jill Stein's 2024 presidential campaign. He is now running for governor of California as a Green. Let's bring him back in. What's up, Butch?
Back in.
That's good, Sabby. How you been?
Been good. How are you?
No complaints just yet. I'm recovering from a sore throat. I was out in Minneapolis yelling at ICE last week, and it turns out they're doing that in 15 degrees below zero weather. It's not like the best thing for your vocal cords, but we coming back together.
All right. Well, I want to start off with this because I didn't know. I did not know.
Come on.
I didn't know you could rap. I didn't know this, so I gotta play this for people. Let me go ahead and. So, guys, Butch created a music video for like his campaign, and he's rapping. And I just thought this was so good. So I'm gonna play this.
They not like us. Beware freestyle, ready, aim, bust. About to pop out and show
You not like us.
I'm coming to Trump. Fascists get demolished. Republican and Democrat. I drone strike like Obama. At a Yemeni wedding. Double tapping the drama for Team Blue and Team Red. It's about to get drastic. Blacked out and redacted like your Epstein files. Nasty, freaky, and tragic. Your politics are disgusting. And we gotta get past it. Pass the mic, watch me blast it like Nas on Illmatic. Got a minute, friends trembling. In the day's panic. You know they can't stand it. Body all in the verse. Handle light work first. Eric Swalwell, all hell, back up the hearse. Eric Swalwell for Israel, a cake for the cops. Wrote a thank you note to Ice Kid, I kid you not. He dropped draws for APAC, me I rep Tupac. And the Panthers like a Fanny Good and plenty, catching many. Katie Porter up next. Hershey beat up her ex, and she screamed at her staff. Power storm off the set, they want you drowning in debt. I get free healthcare in college, lay it down, it's a bet. Professor Ware dropping knowledge, dropping housing costs, and show them who the boss. Power back to the people. Everyone free and equal. They care of us as too. We taking care of you. Not the billionaires of Zionists. They're one Team Blue and Team Red alike. It's time to pass the mic and let a real opposition party into the fight. That brings us back to Team Red. Them fascists want us all dead. I'm gunning straight for the top. The fish rots from the head. Say Trump. I heard you like I'm young. You in them PDF files, nigga. You must think we dumb. We ain't slow like you. And I know I struck a chord. A minor is the key, cause you grape them in their teens and your little maggots. Bianco and Hilton, they all the same to me. They want ice up in the streets, so we fighting back. Coalition on a mission. Asian, Black, and Latino, and all the working class gringos, brown and native peoples, and all the folk who love freedom. We taking Cali back. They not like us. Step up, help me beat them.
Butch, I had no idea.
Are we having fun yet?
I didn't know you could rap. I was like, oh my God, Butch raps.
I mean, listen, I came up wanting to be one of two things, either a rapper or a baseball player. I ended up getting a baseball scholarship, but I had a demo tape when I was 19 years old. I got in an argument with my studio engineer. He pulled a gun on me when we were working on the demo, and I just decided to take a break from music for a while. And next thing I knew, I had a PhD, and I was, doing all of the things that I've been doing ever since then. But I never gave up the love for music. And so when we were sitting down with the team, talking about how we can break through the mainstream media, like silencing of us, we're like, we got to create some virality. And I'm like, let me spit. I'll just do a diss track. It'll be the first ever political ad in the form of a diss track.
I thought it was I think it's genius. I think it's such a great idea. I was like, nobody is doing this. Like, nobody.
Well, first of all, they could never. I mean, like, you know, there's no way that any of these other people in the political domain, you know, I mean, I heard Mamdani, you know, has bars, and I, you know, like, I would love, you know, like, we could have an East Coast, West Coast beef between me and Mamdani on some rap stuff. But I mean, other than that, I don't think anybody could even try to do it.
Wow. So Butch, like, tell me like how it's going. I didn't know. So Katie Porter is also running.
Yep.
So she beat up her husband?
Yeah, I mean, that's the story. So there were court filings that became public, you know, from the divorce proceedings. And like any good diss track, you have to do your research. And we had seen how Katie, you know, we saw the video of her screaming at her staff and losing her temper. And then we saw her in the interview with CBS Sacramento threaten to get up and walk off the set. I don't know if you saw that a couple months ago. So, you know, it was just, you know, it was there. So, you know, I think the line was, is a transition. I talked about Swalwell first and then went to Katie Porter, because Swalwell and Porter are the two leading Democrats right now. They're both polling around 15%. We've actually gotten up to 5% in one of these polls, which is 5 times where Mamdani was in February before his primary. And I just want people to understand, we don't need to get to 50%. We need to get to top 2 in the primary, which is going to be about 15 to 17%. So we're a third of the way there. And I just figured I'd just go for their chins, you know, go after Swalwell and Katie Porter first. So the bar was body y'all in a verse, handle light work first. Eric Swalwell, all hell, back up the hearse. Eric Swallowell for Israel and Kate for the cops. He wrote a thank you note to Ice Kid, I kid you not. He dropped draws for APAC, me, I rep Tupac, and the Panthers like a Fenny, good and plenty, catching many. Katie Porter up next. Her she beat up her ex, and she screamed at her staff, pout and storm off the set. They want you drowning in debt. We'll get free healthcare in college. Lay it down, it's a bet. Professor Ware dropping knowledge.
I just didn't know Katie. I didn't know Katie was throwing bows like that. But I guess here we are. But no, this is real. That's really good news, Butch. What has it been like so far? Because I know it seems like Gavin Newsom is probably going to try to run for president. Mm-hmm. How are people feeling in California? It's one of the most expensive states to live in right now.
I mean, the affordability crisis is crushing people. And I released, you know, another campaign ad today. I mean, they're not all raps. So this one was just a conventional campaign ad about housing first as a basic policy platform, you know, for the campaign. And the idea is, listen, nobody gets seconds until everybody eats except for housing. So we are going to tax all of these private equity firms that have all of these vacant properties that are making it so people can't afford to live here. Because the reality is, it's like the cost of living crisis in the state of California, similar to that in New York, is really rooted in, like, you know, inflationary housing costs. And until we get private equity out, you know, we're not going to be able to make it a place that people can afford. And it's crazy because right now, like in the city of San Francisco, there are 14 vacant properties for every homeless person that's sleeping on the street.
You know, Shahid Buttar, he came on a while back when he was running against Nancy Pelosi, and he was saying the same thing. He said, we do have housing. Yep. It's just like people can't afford it. Yeah, that's wild, man. And I can bet now, especially since in San Francisco right now, the Super Bowl is going to be there this weekend.
Yep.
So I imagine everything probably increased for the weekend.
Everything's insanely expensive, but me being the counterculture revolutionary that I am, we actually organize a socialist Super Bowl party in the Bay this weekend. So I don't know if you even heard about this, but on Saturday the 7th, so the day before the Super Bowl, because on Super Bowl Sunday, we're going to be out doing the ICE protests with everybody else, you know, that's in town. But on Saturday before the Super Bowl, so Roger Waters, like Pink Floyd himself, Roger Waters is going to be singing at a campaign fundraiser for us on Saturday, February 7th. No joke. Roger Waters contacted me out of the blue. I don't know if you saw this interview. He did this months ago. He said, where's our Mao Zedong? Where is our Vladimir Lenin? Maybe it's Butch Ware. He said, will he be governor of California? I bloody well hope so. So Roger reached out to me and said, I want to do a benefit concert for your campaign. So Pink Floyd himself, Roger, is going to be singing on Saturday. Hey, listen, Sabby, catch a flight, man. We'll comp you everything. You can come in, you can cover the event. Because when I told Lauren Herecki, who's, you know, sang with Fifth Harmony, brilliant artist, like 12 million followers on Instagram. She said, I'll sing too. So she's coming through to sing. Sammy Obeid is doing a comedy set at the venue. Angelica Ross is flying in to do a speech, and then I'm gonna give a talk to bring it all home. So we're doing like literally like this whole socialist Super Bowl party. We're calling it Revolutionary Rally Butch Ware for Cali. That's the event.
That is awesome, Butch. Holy smokes, man. You've really taken off. Like you really have. We just had Anthony Aguilar was on here earlier tonight. There's like a wave of green candidates right now. Anthony, Greg Stoker. Yeah.
And I mean the reality.
The Green Party is racist as hell. Let's go see this fool's website real quick, because he got reparations on here, but he ain't got no dollar amount. Let's see. That's all I care about on the website. Reparations and land back. Support the implementation and funding of reparations for California Black American freedmen. It's kind of vague, but okay, so you support the reparations, but you're not really telling us what specifically you're talking about. So you could do way better with that. He said establish a California Tribal Land Stewardship Agency to consolidate existing state programs, support federal recognition of all California's tribal nations and bands, expand indigenous nation land back programs, fund tribal land and co-management agreements. So I guess what he's trying to say, he's Black and indigenous. But they think that's all they have to put on their website, and it's like, okay. But look, this other shit he got on here. Equality, opportunity, and access for all. What is that? There we go. Ensure people of color, broad and ambiguous language, women, LGBTQ plus, people with disabilities, and other historically marginalized communities are able to live and work and thrive equitably in California. Come on, man. Promote creative liberation through restorative justice for all people of color harmed by white supremacist, radicalized, or racialized policies. Protect the rights and safety of all California residents, regardless of citizenship. There it is. So yeah, man, this illegals got rights. Promote universal design in all state facilities, processes, and institutions. What the hell is universal design? What the hell is that? Living wages and green job creation. Okay. Implement public works programs to drive full employment at living wages. Okay. Raise California minimum wage to $25 an hour. And index future increases to living wages and inflation. Support measures to increase unionization of California workforce. Support expanding worker-owned cooperatives. Establish a California public bank. Implement wealth and vacancy taxes. Incentivize green economy in California. Implement progressive state income tax and reduce regressive taxation. Support amending Prop 13 and enacting split roll to close commercial property tax loophole. And that sounds all right. Let's see. Illegals. Close California's ICE facilities, including private ICE detention centers. So just let the border just be wide the hell open. Let them come in and do whatever. Block state and municipal police cooperation with ICE and end the arrest to deportation pipeline. Wow. Bar ICE operatives from state legal facilities. Expand California food assistance program to income eligible residents regardless of immigration status. Expanding the state's unemployment insurance trust fund to undocumented workers. Lord have mercy. So they can get unemployment now. I thought you had to put something in to get something out. Apparently, it doesn't apply to the illegals. Demilitarized police forces. Good luck with that. Eliminate private prisons and detention centers. Good luck with that. Ensure fair and transparent judicial process. Good luck with that. Fund public defenders. Good luck with that. Ban mandatory minimum sentences and end cash bail. Shit. Good luck with that. Support restorative justice, rehabilitation, reintegration, and reparations for victims of police violence. I can get with that. Train and build alternative emergency responder workforces, so like Star, Dasher, can get with that too. Enforce existing gun laws. I don't know where you're going with this, but okay. So we want us to keep our guns, we want us to get rid of our guns. Empower the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training that investigates police misconduct. Or they're gonna actually be fucking tried and convicted and sentenced to prison time and jail time for the crimes they commit against our people. Support the release and exoneration of political prisoners. Okay, sounds good. But they consider anybody a damn political prisoner now. Illegal immigrants are considered political prisoners now. This is crazy. Invest from war and genocide. Direct the state treasurer and other agencies to divest all California public institutions. Freeze any non-divested state spending by executive order. Veto any spending legislation that is not divested. Appoint state agency board members to prioritize divestment. So he's basically saying like all these companies or whatever that support Israel, they need to divest. Appoint state agency board members to prioritize divestment. Urge the state legislature to repeal anti-BDS laws. Prevent enforcement of anti-BDS law. What in the hell is BDS? By executive order, reinvest divested funds to support the immediate needs of Californians. That's pretty vague. Public education, counsel all student loan debt. I can get with that. What else we got up here? Healthcare for all. That includes illegal immigrants, so I'm cool on that. Fund social housing across California. Fund community land trusts. Let me get with that. Decriminalize homelessness. That need to really do that because that shit is bad. California is off the goddamn Richter scale with the homelessness. Housing first. Ban forced institutionalization and treatment as a condition of housing. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Statewide rent control with no exemptions. Repeal Costa Hawkins rental Housing Act. So you gotta look that up because he don't explain what the hell that is. Cap speculative ownership of all high density housing. Bans speculative purchase of single family homes. Close loopholes that allow developers to avoid affordable housing construction mandates. Our entire platform is built on human rights. Oh Lord, okay, another message, Jesse. Every demand and every policy we put forward is to reinforce and protect the internet inalienable, but we wrong for calling them aliens. Inalienable rights of all people. Okay. All right, Rainbow Coalition Butch WARE. That's what this fool's about, y'all. So, who's challenging him, Michael? Please let me know, because this dude can definitely not get in. Butch WARE is swinging the flag hard for illegal immigration. Yep. SABBY did not visit his website. Clearly, she was way too soft on him. I would have immediately checked him about the reparations. Like, so I don't think she's tapped into the new Blacc Media like that, because if she was, she would have been on his helmet about that. Butch WARE did not change his stance on ICE and illegal immigration. He flew from California to Minnesota to protest ICE. Yeah, I know. Butch WARE swinging the flag hard for illegal immigration. Yep, he sure is. There's someone challenging Butch WARE. Yeah, who's challenging him? Butch WARE has not deviated much from Dr. Jill Stein. Nope. Jesse, I know that what you're going to say. I still can't support Butch WARE because he's not FBI enough and fights hard for illegals. Yeah, that's one of many reasons. Let's see. I am surprised that Butch WARE wants to extend state unemployment benefits to illegal immigrants because Dr. Jill Stein did not mention extending them. I know. Oh yeah, that Ramsey Robinson. Yeah, he's the PSL candidate. Mm-hmm. He ain't no better. I mean, I can go to his website too. He ain't no better. He got similar shit on his website too. Let's see. Matter of fact, let's see what this fool got up there. Let's see if he actually updated his damn website. Kind of getting sidetracked now, but let's see what this fool got up here. RamseyForGovernor.com. All right, so this is the dude that's challenging Butch WARE for governor of California for the people, not the billionaires. Okay, so he's on that socialist shit. But of course he's the PSL candidate, so of course he's gonna be on some socialist shit. Ramsey Robinson is a social worker, activist, and socialist. Another man, Donnie, running for governor to guarantee a living wage, affordable housing, and health care for everyone in California. All right, where the hell is this damn policy at? Okay, I don't see nothing about reparations here. Our program, a government for the people, not the wealthy. Housing is a human right. Homes for people, not for profit. That's some shit I would say. Free universal health care for everyone, covering everyone. Fully fund public schools. They have a Black first curriculum. Yeah. But they're not. So no. Full rights for immigrants. There it is. No deportations. Yeah, man. Big red flag. another open border candidate. Let's see. Save our planet from capitalism. That's that socialism shit. Let's see. Guaranteed union jobs and living wages for all. We get with living wages for all, but he's talking about illegal immigrants too. Let's see. End the war on Black America. What are they talking about with this end the war on Black America? Black Californians are 6% of the population, but nearly 30% of the unhoused. That's true. They face double unemployment rate of white Californians, and the median household wealth is just 1/10 of white households. This is not by accident. It's a result of centuries of stolen labor, stolen land, redlining, racist policies, policing, and economic exclusion. California's economy was built on the exploitation of Black labor, and the state continues to enforce that inequality through poverty, mass incarceration, and police violence. To end the war on Black America, we need more than words. We need power, justice, and repair. Okay, so how are you going to repair this as the governor of California? As Governor Ramsey will deliver full reparations. Okay. He said he would deliver full reparations for slavery, Jim Crow, and ongoing economic exclusion. Reparations will include housing, education. Oh, there's direct payments and investments in Black communities statewide. Okay. Create a state Department of Anti-Discrimination run by elected leaders from historically oppressed communities. That's another broad, ambiguous term. With the power to strike down or rewrite laws that uphold systematic racism in housing, policing, education, labor, and more. And militarization of police. Notice there, though. But notice, peep this, though, family. There's no mention of an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill. No mention on either one of their websites. And the militarization of the police. No cop cities. No state or local participation in federal 1033 program. I think that's... don't really explain what that is, so we got to go look that one up if you don't know. Which floods our people, floods our police departments with military weapons. Okay, place departments under community control and end stop and frisk practices. California cannot move forward while continuing to brutalize Black communities. Ram's campaign stands for truth, justice, and full liberation for Black Californians and for all working class people. You just have to throw that in there, right? You just have, this is supposed to be the Black section, and he's going to say for all working class people. Here's the agenda. Defend women's rights, full equality for LGBTQ people. Divest from Israel, free California from complicity. So that's his website. He don't really look no better than Butch WARE. They look kind of identical at this point. Just I asked his staffer. Oh, what did they say? Did he say what his staffers were? All right, let me go back to this bullshit.
Is that there's never been a better time for people to get off of the duopoly plantation. I saw recent numbers. My team gave them to me that The latest numbers are that 47% of Americans now identify themselves politically as independents, and that's down to like 25% Democrat, 25% Republican. Like, people are starting to realize that these two corporate parties, they not like us. And like, that was literally the argument of the piece, is that they work for the ruling class, and we need a party that's for the working class. We need candidates that are for the working class. So that's really the argument of the piece. And I wanted to make it clear that, like, we're coming for, for blue genociders and red fascists alike, and we're trying to give like the people an alternative that isn't bought and paid for by pedophile genocide money.
Working class, is that your way of saying middle?
No, it's just like you're doing such a great job, Butch. You really are. And California is one of the states. I look at this report once a year. It's the out of reach cost of living report. Yep. And California is one of those states where people are kind of fleeing in droves because of the cost of living there. And it's crazy. But I think people just, what do people have to lose? Because, are there Republicans running in California?
There's two. They were at the very end of the verse. And I said, and your little maggots, Bianco and Hilton, they all the same to me. They want ice up in the streets. They're just little maggots. They're little versions of Donald Trump. One of them was a sheriff in one of the inland counties where he was known for racially profiling and abusing people of color, especially Mexican Americans. And Hilton is like, he's like a real life Austin Powers character. He's a British guy that wants to be the governor. Like, he's basically like Dr. Evil, bald headed British dude with that doesn't think things through very well. So they're really lousy candidates across the board. No candidate has been able to lock down like significant position in the poll. And they've done everything that they can to keep me out of the large candidate debates, because the first debates that took place during the summer, I was involved in all of those, and they were such bloodbaths for the Democrats. Like, for example, the SEIU Local 1000, there was 1,000 people in a room, 3.5 hour debate. When they closed the door and held the vote, I won hands down. We had people in the room that were there for the head count. And literally they had to say, we know that Butch won the debate. Outside of that, what did you want to talk about or ask about? And so from that point on, they've been doing everything they can to keep me out of the forums. But the good news is that the big main televised debate right before the election, this is happening April 28th, CBS Sacramento is carrying it, and it's running throughout the state. We've already been invited to that. So they're going to do everything that they can, to block our shine, but we're not falling for the shine blockers. We are going to pierce through. We're going to keep coming with this messaging, and we'll get creative about it if we have to. If I got to spit, a new freestyle every week just to break the algorithm, to get out of the algo ghetto, then we'll do what we got to do.
Well, it's really interesting because, for all the spoiler talk, right? I'm trying to get people out of that way of thinking. Oh no, if I vote third party, then I'm voting for a spoiler. But in the case of California,
see him on ballot.
Like you said, there's two Republican candidates. They're not gonna, it's California. So this is the time for people to really, for all the people who said, well, I wanted to vote for Jill Stein, but I didn't want to be a spoiler, even though that's not even how elections work, because Jill Stein didn't receive any electoral college votes. I need people to understand how elections actually work. But the thing is that there's no excuse for California.
It's the perfect storm. So here's why it's the perfect storm. So there are more registered independents in the state of California than there are registered Republicans. So they are very vulnerable to an attack from the left. And it's a jungle primary, so it's the top two advance irrespective of party. So if we get to say the second place position, and it's me against Eric Swallowell, Eric Swallowell for Israel. If it's me against Gavin Newsom Jr., which is all Eric is, he's a AIPAC taking pro cop ICE agent, right? If it's me versus him, and there's no Republican in the race, where is their lesser of two evils argument?
Not even on ballot.
What are they gonna say? And what I've been telling people is, listen, even if you don't believe that I can beat them, which would you rather have? The Democrats chasing a Republican to the right, or them having to deal with me? And constantly bringing a working class agenda that is about collective liberation into our national politics. What I already know is that if we're able to get to the second place position on June 2nd, 2026, 6226, that the duopoly breaks that day, because there's actually no scenario in which either of the duopoly parties can survive me in a final. If a Republican somehow sneaks through, I'm going to take all of that Democrat vote and destroy that Republican. If it's me versus Team Blue, then all of those independent and Republican leaning voters, I don't know if people understand this. More people were leaving Team Red to vote green in 2024 than left Team Blue to vote green. The last two polls that came out before the elections indicated this. And because people hear me banging on the Dems for their corruption and for what Gavin Newsom is, and a lot of these Republican voters, to be perfectly honest, yes, some of them are MAGA, some of them are KKK types, but a bunch of them just don't see the difference between blue criminals and red criminals, and all other things being equal would rather pay lower taxes, literally. And so if they see somebody that isn't attached to the Democrat establishment, they're happy to vote for a candidate that's not from inside that corrupt Democrat structure. So the point is if we are able to break through to 15 to 18% on June 2nd, they're dead. And just imagine what it would be like to get the third largest economy in the world out of corporate control. It means we're bringing universal health care. It means we're bringing housing first. It means we're protecting human rights, everybody's human rights. And it means ICE abolition, because I'm not complying with any unconstitutional federal orders. ICE is going to have to go through every lawyer and law enforcement officer in the state of California before they touch a hair on the head of any California resident when I'm in the governor's mix.
Well, so you're talking to everybody then?
Everybody. We're not leaving any votes on the table. And we have built a political infrastructure from San Diego in the south through Humboldt County in the north, in rural areas, Inland Empire, Central Valley, because I'm not a Democrat. I don't believe that you should just leave white working class voters in the lurch and not give them any messaging. It was actually in the song too. It was So We Fighting Back, Coalition on a Mission, Asian, Black, and Latino, and all my working class gringos, brown and native peoples, and all the folk who love freedom. We taking Cali back. They not like us. Step up, help me beat them. We are building a coalition that hasn't existed before in politics, because I'm not a candidate that's existed before in electoral politics.
All right, Justin.
Wow, this is I think that's such a great idea. Again, I feel like the Democratic Party, they sold out a long time ago. There was a question for you about the bill. Thank you, Kevin. Butch, do you support the billionaire bill that the unions have put together to combat the cuts to health care? And we got you here in Oakland, homie.
Yeah, I mean, home of the Panthers, so we already know what it is. And we'll be, by the way, in Oakland tomorrow evening at First Friday, so come on out. And then our event is going to be in San Leandro on Saturday. I go even further than the contemporary union bill. So my position is wealth tax on the billionaires, and then also a 2% income tax increase, not just the wealth tax, but the income tax increase on the billionaires. There are 186 billionaires in the state of California. If you increase their income tax by 2%, nobody in the state of California that makes $100K or less would pay a penny in state taxes. Wow. Right? Because it doesn't make sense that we have 186 billionaires in this state and 187,000 people sleep on the streets every night. That cannot stand. You hear these Democrats talking about, well, California is the fourth largest economy. First of all, they're wrong. If you separated the states into 50 independent republics, California would be the third largest economy behind China and Germany. It goes China, Germany, California. That's the order, right? Except what they always leave out of the equation is that California is also the highest state with respect to wealth inequality. A recent study showed that California has poverty levels that are equal to those of Louisiana. So look at this disparity. We cannot persist in this state, right? So there are 9 families in Silicon Valley that control $683 billion of wealth. And I was doing food distribution at homeless encampments in San Jose, within miles of where these, billionaires live. It can't persist. So it's not about the fake culture war that the Democrats and Republicans have been trying to stage between so-called left and so-called right, because we know both of those are right-wing parties. You know, like that's not even a real distinction. Instead, it's just about the top versus bottom. It's about, you know, kitchen table, working class coalition that is going to get the power back to the people.
Yeah, I was going to say, we did a millionaire tax here in Massachusetts, and that went towards some infrastructure issues, but also giving every kid free breakfast and free lunch at public schools. And there was uproar before it happened, like, because it was a ballot measure, and there was uproar, and they were like, all the rich people were going to leave. And I was like, you guys aren't going anywhere. So yeah, but it passed. I mean, that's like a big thing. I think a lot of times, because we both live in ballot measure states, like California is a ballot measure state as well. I think a lot of times that's why I tell people don't stay home. That's why I tell people, no, you have to vote, especially if you're in a ballot initiative state. Like, these things are going to pass with or without you. So, you know, it's up to you, that type of thing.
Yeah, and the thing is, we have to get people out of the learned helplessness that they're in, right? You know, a lot of people have skepticism with respect to like electoral politics, so they sit home. But it was really Malcolm. It was like, you know, Malcolm is like my principal inspiration. He's literally like always right behind me on my desk over my shoulder, because, you know, Malcolm, I read his autobiography when I was 15. I converted to Islam before the end of the week, and I became like literally like I became radicalized in that moment. And what Malcolm said in the Ballad of the Bullet, he said, we're going to knock on every door in Harlem, and we're going to register every Black face behind every door, not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, but independent. And then he said, we're going to say, show us your card. And anybody that didn't have the responsibility to register themselves, he said, we just might move them out of town. And then he said, it's going to be the ballot or the bullet. Malcolm was a true revolutionary, but people don't understand that by any means necessary means by any means necessary. And the Panthers, who farmed in the field that Malcolm cleared, their cocktail was mutual aid plus direct action plus electoral power. And that's why Huey P. Newton ran for Congress twice, why Bobby Seale ran for mayor in Oakland. We actually need to get out of the idea that we can't change anything through electoral politics, because actually building electoral power, as long as you understand it is not the end all and be all of our organizing, it can be a critical part of our effective organizing for liberation.
Yeah. Okay. Let me give you this question. These two here, Butch. Roger, Butch, why did you repost on X calling your own community coons when all they were doing was expressing concern of negative impact?
I can tell you all about it. So this is coming from the so-called FBA and ADOS.
Here we go.
group. The people that said we're going to sit out these ICE protests because what have Mexicans ever done for us? And they came with all of this anti-immigrant sentiment. So what I did was quoted to them what Malcolm had said about solidarity with oppressed people and Latino communities. And what I said is that these are Uncle Ruckus type traitors, because they are not even standing up for their own liberation. If you don't understand that a struggle against white supremacy is our freedom struggle, then you don't understand the first thing about Black liberation, because the Panthers were 10 toes down for fighting against the rise of a police state and for fighting against the oppression of our immigrant brothers and sisters. Malcolm was 10 toes down for this, and every revolutionary Pan-Africanist has understood that the struggle against the Gestapo police state that comes after immigrants is a police state that's going to come after you too. And it's collective liberation, or it ain't no liberation at all.
Well, FBA isn't an organization. It is a lineage. I mean, technically, like, I'm FBA too.
I'm FBA also. My family goes back to my family goes back to Ware County, Georgia. But what I'm saying is some people that rep FBA essentially think of Blackness as exclusionary, and we're basically arguing, let them come take Jamaican immigrants. Let them come after Somalis. Let them come after Mexican Americans. I have been 10 toes down for reparations for foundational Black Americans for decades, and the Green Party has stood on that, and we will continue to stand on that. But that does not obviate the need for us to struggle for collective liberation, because I'm also a revolutionary Pan-Africanist. Those teachers of ours told us to struggle against white supremacy in all its forms. And for those people, especially those that want to fall for the divide and conquer techniques, frankly, of those who would seek to divide Black communities. Granted, like people need to be educated about what Black folks that have been in the belly of the beast for 4 centuries have endured, and why we have endured a unique forms of oppression. But at the same time, it has to be about getting everybody free. You can't just say this is about getting us free and not others.
That bullshit.
So I'll say this. I do think sometimes it seems like everyone is pointing their fingers at the Black community to link up and fight for everybody else, but it seems like it's not the other way around. I will say that. Like it seems like it's like we're supposed to go lead this charge when it's, you know, this is something, you know, like I grew up as a military kid, and it was just one of those things that I noticed once I got out of that environment, just how segregated the United States really is. And for me, it does kind of seem like there's a lot of push to, well, Black people, you have to go join this group of people and help fight with them. But it's like I don't hear it the other way around sometimes. I will say that.
There's no question that there's a double standard that's being applied, and there's no question that there is anti-Blackness that is at the root of some immigrant sentiment towards foundational Black Americans. Those things are without debate. And we as Black folks don't owe anybody else anything. We owe ourselves and our ancestors liberation. We owe Frederick Douglass. We owe Malcolm X. We owe Assata Shakur. We owe Kwame Ture. And they were all people that taught us that it was collective liberation or it wasn't liberation at all, and that white supremacy is our enemy. But we should never be letting people have a pass for disrespecting or disregarding what African Americans specifically have contributed to this place, because without our efforts, this place wouldn't exist in the way that it is. Liberty as we know it wouldn't exist, because we have been at the forefront of defining the stakes for freedom, for humanity for centuries, because we have been struggling against the most brutal forms of white supremacist oppression. So my call was not to be an echo for others that are calling us to show up. That's not what it's about. It's a call from inside the house saying that it is our responsibility for our own liberation, because that's why the Panthers made those connections with the Young Lords, the Brown Berets, the Young Patriots, because they understood that if it's just about my tribe getting free, then none of our tribes are getting free. It's not until we make coalitions for our collective liberation. And yeah, there's a lot of unlearning of anti-Blackness that is needed in order for that to be successful. No two ways about that.
They want to use foreign American value.
It would have been good to say that instead of Coons, but
listen, I call them like I see them,
and we call and
the reason is that a lot of it, frankly, I wasn't talking to everybody, but there were certain people that were saying completely out of pocket wild things that were just plainly factually incorrect. And when people start selling off our tradition of struggle for lies, for tribalism, and start policing masses fence line for him, because ultimately when you start talking about well, I'm only here for African Americans, I'm not interested in Caribbean Black people, it was one stop away on the slave ship. Right. And so you are now defining your entire identity by the colonial boundaries that enclose you, whereas people like Frantz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, and Assata Shakur taught us to see our Blackness as rooted in a broader African and diasporic freedom struggle. And if we are going to get free as African Americans, Malcolm put it best. He said, you cannot get free in Mississippi unless you understand what is going on in the Congo.
This is then, this is now.
Well, Butch, I mean, you got a lot coming up, so good luck this weekend. Again, like I said, I do think it's really cool that there is like this wave of people coming through third party this time around, like for these congressional races as well. And then one more question. Have you reached out to AZAPAC
He's not an
What's OZPAC?
Anti-black racist.
So OZPAC just they're an anti-Zionist pack. They just, I think, picked up Anthony Aguilar. Yeah, they just picked up Anthony, but they also have Jose Vega. But they're nonpartisan, but their main purpose is to, oh wait, no, you can't because you're running for governor. Never mind. Never mind. That makes sense. I forgot. It's a Congress thing. Never mind. Maybe that's something they should consider. Maybe they should not just focus on Congress, but their goal is to get Zionist politicians out of Congress.
Yeah, well, we can all root for that, and again, it was that Black internationalism that's what allowed us, Black liberation heroes, to know that Zionism was the enemy. Malcolm, in his field notebooks from Khan Yunis in 1964 about the Palestinian liberation struggle, he said that this is a white Jewish population that's being empowered by white imperialists to knock Arabs off their land. When we understand that our freedom struggles as Black folks in America are situated in broader freedom struggles against capitalism, imperialism, and white supremacy, that's when we're the most dangerous to the system. That's when they came for Fred Hampton. That's when they came for Malcolm. That's when they came for Assata Shakur. So I'm always going to be standing 10 toes down for our people here, but I'm always going to be standing 10 toes down for collective liberation as well.
Who does not have reparations?
All right, Butch, where can people follow your campaign?
ButchWareForGov.com, and you can always follow me on Instagram at ButchWare on any of the platforms.
All right. Thank you so much, Butch.
Appreciate you. Take care.
Bye.
For nothing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Butch Ware, who's running for governor of California. Go check out his website, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, there's a slew of Green Party candidates that are coming through. We have one more story. I promise I won't keep you guys much too longer. Eric, can we go to?
All right, so the hell with Butch Ware. Anything he talking about? You need to update the damn program, partner. We not in 1960 no more, or 1966 rather. This is 2026. It's time to update your program, bro. We're not on that nonsense no more. We're not trying to build no coalition, none of that shit. Because it's been a one-sided affair for 60 plus years. We're over it. So, yeah. FBA California, reject his deposit. Don't vote for that fool. Or Ramsey or any of these other clowns. Like, at this point, I would just sit on the couch. All right, so in other California politic-related news, Inglewood Mayor James Butch Jr. says, we're all immigrants, and immigrants built America, which we know goddamn well is a goddamn lie. It's how you gonna build something that was already here before you arrived here. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that.
Ready to dominate your industry.
That's what they can promote or whatever, okay? So it's much bigger than Shabuzi and even Mayor Butts here, right? But we're still going to talk about it because you have a choice to say the truth or not. And I will say this much. If you are a Black American and you are speaking against your ancestors, that's a problem. Shabuzi is not from here. He's from Nigeria, okay? But Mayor Butts is from here. He's from California. He was born and raised in L.A. He went to Crenshaw High School.
They got white people around the
He went to Cal State
and white pastor
University. Okay,
like here in Colorado.
He's born and raised in California. He know better than that. He know the history.
Was one of them white pastors.
But the Democrats get these people in, and they think that they're going to say whatever. And no, it's a new day. See, the civil rights generation wouldn't push back. No, we're going to push back against revisionist history. Because if you allow revisionist history, then you're going to allow cultural erasure and then eventually physical erasure of Black American people. And we will not allow this. Defending yourself against erasure is not hatefulness toward any group of people. It's just defending yourself. Remember, they are speaking this mess against us. I don't think no group should take erasure against their culture or physically being erased as well. Okay? And that's just bottom line. We have a right to defend ourselves. And anybody who feel that, well, you're being hateful to do so, then it lets you know that you're the problem and you're the one being actually lying, and lies come from the pit of hell. We know this. Tell the truth about history, no matter how bad it is, and even it could be some good things in history, but tell the truth. So shout out to everybody. Real quick, won't take long. Thank y'all for joining the African Diaspora News Channel app. Maybe I can get some shout outs here that I can. I'm not going to read the whole email with just people that, that I just seen just signed up. Windy City Sarah. Oh, they say he led efforts to renovate. Make sure you come to that. We got the pinned comment in the at the top, and we also put it after the stream. U.S. Census, so we can make sure we get the right, accurate information before we speak. All right, we on the census website, and as you can see, Inglewood, California. If you go down to the race demographics, okay, it's on like 9% white, 39.1% Black. They say American Indian, 1.2%. Then Native Hawaiian, that's 0.1%. Let's say 2 or more races. I don't know what that is, but Latinos represent 48.6%. And that's what they represent. So just letting you know. Now, so Latinos, there's more Latinos in Inglewood, California, which is crazy because Inglewood was nothing but Black at one point in time.
Yeah.
So they are the majority population, and then after that would be Black people. Okay, so you just know kind of what we're dealing with here. Then, as I said before, Mr. Butt's background, as you know, he's been serving mayor of Inglewood, California. They say he rose through the ranks of law enforcement in Inglewood during the 70s and 80s, eventually becoming deputy chief. And he worked as a chief of police in Santa Monica, California from 91 to 2006. Buston took a public safety position with the LA World Airports. In 2006, he elected mayor of Inglewood in 2010 and reelected in 2014 with 84% of the vote. They say he led efforts to renovate and reopen the Forum and develop a plan for SoFi Stadium and Intuit Dome in Hollywood Park. Okay, so as you can see, he was born in LA, went to Crenshaw High School, went to Cal State in LA. As they say, he lost the opportunity for a basketball scholarship to go to Cal State Los Angeles in his youth. They say, but to pay for college, he worked part-time for the Inglewood Police Department as Division Second. It's an African-American cadet. They say it later turned into a full-time job. Butts received an MBA at Cal State Polytechnic University, Pomona, and a Bachelor of Science from California State University in LA. Just kind of giving you just a little background of Mayor Butts there. So now, since we have, what the demographics is, because see, California's a different beast than, let's say, a lot of places in the South. Okay, Southern California is heavily dominated by Latinos. So it's kind of interesting to see how Black politicians just tap dance for the said population. It's just interesting to see that, and it's kind of like, wow, man, y'all got to do all that. Just run a good campaign. Why you got to do all that? But let's play this video. Let's play this video. Oh boy! All right, here we go.
It's a very dark time in the history of our country. We have good people that are afraid to send their children to school.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't help myself. What did this brother do to his head? He painted on hair or something. And if you're gonna paint on hair, my brother, make sure your hairline is intact, brother. If you're losing your hair, it's okay. Either you cut it bald, or you can go to Turkey. They'll fix it. They'll get you right in Turkey. I've seen a lot of men in Istanbul, or they got that spot Dion went to in Chicago and help you get your hair back. Okay, we got options, my brother. We ain't got to be painting our hair like that. I mean, it looks ridiculous. Your hair kind of looking like what's that character from oh my God, Robbie Robbins from what's that Nickelodeon show? I forgot that. Y'all know that show. If what I'm talking about, Lazy Town. There you go. You looking like old boy from Lazy Town right now with that hair, brother.
Fearful that government agents will come and knock on their doors. They're stopping cars randomly in other cities, not this city, randomly, and asking people to prove that they're citizens. I've never heard anything like this. But I'm going to tell you something right now. The worst thing that can happen is for us to be divided, because that's exactly one of the outcomes of these types of behaviors from the government. In this city, there are more Black and brown people working now than ever before in the history of the world. More people have generational wealth to pass down to their children than was ever dreamed possible. But every time that an election season comes around, I'm gonna tell you, it's predictable. You have a new publication that comes around, and you know, they wanna make their bones, and this is a really dicey issue to try and create division about. And I'm gonna be direct. There was a journalist named Isaiah from a new online paper. He interviewed me for over 30 minutes a few weeks ago. 3 minutes of the interview was about immigration enforcement. He asked me about an alleged ICE detention of a contractor on Prairie that allegedly was working on a city project. I told him, he asked me what I thought of the incident. I told him I had no opinion about an incident I had no knowledge of. He then wrote an article about that 3 to 5 minutes and nothing about the other topics, which were extremely positive. What people that approached me took was that the slant was I did not care. He then did a podcast editorial that was on the same vein. So let me be very clear. My position is that we're all descendants of immigrants, all of us.
Here we go with the bullshit.
There were immigrants that colonized that was on the same vein. So let me be very clear. My position is that we're all descendants of immigrants.
I had to stop it. I had to, y'all. This man is not a descendant of immigrants. I'm not a descendant of immigrants. Why is this man lying?
Right.
But listen how far he goes with it, though. I mean, he took it a different step than even Shabuzi did. Hold on. Well, let's back it up. I'm gonna let it finish playing, but man,
that was on the same vein. So let me be very clear. My position is that we're all descendants of immigrants, all of us. There were immigrants that colonized the first colonies in America. So we're all immigrants. Immigrants built this country in search of opportunity. And what is being done to hardworking Americans is horrible. I've stood with demonstrators as far back as last spring. I've given my own personal money, thousands, to families where the breadwinner was fearful to go to work.
How much money
so that families could support their children during the holidays. But this is an election year. An election year, it just works out that the mayor is now responsible for things that you really don't control. Last election, it was school closures. And now it's ICE. We don't run the schools. We don't run ICE and border protection. And as Councilman Padilla and Councilman Morales said, they do not discuss their operation plans with us before or after they come here. What I say and do has to be thoughtful and calculated to give the best outcome for our city. Picking a fight when we have largely been spared the devastating deployments that have occurred in Minneapolis and Chicago is not wise. It is actually counterproductive for the people most affected by these immigration and detention surges. You elect people to be smart and behave in a manner that produces the best outcomes. I will continue to work with our elected representatives and Congress people to protect the citizens of Inglewood. And I'm gonna say again, it's easy to shoot your mouth off and try and impress people. it takes more knowledge and savvy to know when you've said enough. And with that, we're adjourned.
Okay, y'all. Okay. All right. Let me go back to the main point. Let me see if I can get there.
Let me be very clear. My position is that we're all descendants of immigrants, all of us.
Lord have mercy.
No. We're not descendants of immigrants. And if you trace your lineage, sir, your family 9 times out of 10 came from the South and went out west during the Great Migration. We are not immigrants.
Right.
And this Democrat strategy of trying to make Black Americans be immigrants, that is trying to get rid of our reparations claim. Because if they can successfully make us comparable to immigrants, then there's no such thing as reparations at that point. Because immigrants don't get reparations. That's twofold. That's cultural erasure and trying to stop us from having our reparations claim by making us comparable to immigrants. And you being a Black man from this country, born from the soil in this country, to lie like that, you lied.
Right.
You lied.
Mm-hmm.
Immigrants come to places already built.
Right.
When you quote unquote immigrate, right? You have a homeland you come from, whether it's the European continent, all the different European countries, whether it's the different countries in Latin America, whether it's the different countries in the Asian continent, whether it's countries in the Caribbean, or continent of Africa, etc. You immigrate here to a already built place. What do you say? What do they always say? We come here to make a better life. How you can make a better life than where you come from if this place wasn't already built when you got here?
Right. Yep.
Do you really know the definition of immigrant? You would not be considered an immigrant if the place was just grass. It was no country at that point, right? So you wouldn't make you an immigrant.
Right.
But what is it with this Democrat Party sitting up here and lying like this constantly? And see, they can even get away with half of that because they purposely don't educate our children on history, on American history. They purposely don't do it. And if they have this thing where if you keep lying and you keep lying repeatedly, people will eventually accept it as truth if a bunch of people just keep saying it and be believable. That's actually a skillful use of lying, and it's propaganda, actually. But we should not allow them to lie about our history in this country. America's coming up, on 250 years? Okay. And America wouldn't even got there if it wouldn't been for Black Americans.
Right.
We're not immigrants, sir. We're not immigrants. And what would it be good to see? The next city council meeting, the brothers and sisters in Inglewood go to that city council meeting and charge him up and say, hey, man, I seen that video of you saying we all immigrants. Where you get that from? Because I'm not an immigrant.
Right.
My family didn't immigrate here. And if we're immigrants, show me where I'm an immigrant at. Because that means I got a homeland to go to. I got a foreign flag I can wave. Tell me where my foreign flag is at.
Right.
Well, transatlantic slave trade. Tell me where my flag is at. I don't want to hear nothing about no slave trade. Tell me about where my foreign flag is at.
Right.
What country I come from.
Right.
Because we built this country. Right. The only flag I have for now is an American flag. Don't lie. Don't lie. And y'all have to get these Black politicians right. I'm talking about Black Americans got to get them right at the city council meetings.
Mm-hmm. That's what I do.
Don't let them run around here saying that and not being checked.
Right.
They got to have some pushback. I'm not saying you got to be crazy, but shoot, just correct the record because everybody let people speak at the city council meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand the majority is, I mean, it's more Latinos in Inglewood now than black people, which is even crazy to hear.
Right.
And I understand he has to pander to them in order for him to stay elected. I get that too. That's why I want to look at the demographics so I can talk from a understandable lens. But okay, you siding with your constituents, that's what it is. But you don't lie on Black Americans to please your other constituents.
Right.
And let's call it what it is. There's a lot of Mexicans over there. There's a lot of Mexicans that are fine with deportations. You know that? Because there's a lot of Mexicans that voted for Trump.
Yep.
And a lot of them don't even want other people coming over here.
Yep.
They want them to go back to their homeland. Listen, I've seen the videos of them talking like that. They ain't got no, listen, a lot of people in the ICE are Latinos.
Yeah.
The two ICE agents that took the life of the white guy with Alex Pretty, they were two Latinos from South Texas. So clearly, they all don't feel that way about ICE or working for the federal government because they're rounding up a lot of their own people.
Yep.
And nobody's having that conversation. I'm not even hearing them have that conversation about why are they rounding up their own people. They don't feel bad about rounding up their own. So if they don't have a conversation about why they're joining ICE and rounding up their own people to put them in ICE detention centers, then stop sitting up here lying about history and even try to involve us with the situation, because that's the conversation that should be had. Why are they joining with ICE and rounding up their own people? That's some sell out to me. That's selling out. That's selling out Latinos. Latinos, I got that question. Why haven't y'all had that conversation? Because when I do hear the conversation, you condemning ICE, but a lot of ICE is your own people.
Yep.
It's not just the white people. It's your own people who speak your language and come from your heritage is rounding you up and putting you in ICE detention centers. And that Nicaraguan lady that unfortunately big unfortunate that was sick, what happened to her in ICE detention with that Savage in there was SAing her in there in order for her to talk to her kids. Horrible, right? I didn't see no major outrage from that community about that story. There should have been an outrage from LULAC, and every Hispanic organization should have been outraged and yelling and screaming. They should have been at Congress talking to they should have demanded AOC go over there. None of that happened. But people expecting black folk to go fight for something that you're not even fighting your own self. This revisionist history, we can't let that happen. The Democrats actually started that in 2024, though. This is not nothing new. I remember it. But they're bringing it back up again. And we got to be very aggressive in how we check people. Of course, verbally, not physically, verbally. Verbally educate people. We don't have to cuss people out. We don't have to call people names. That's not what we need to do. But we need to give some thorough education. They need to be a brother or sister to go up to that Inglewood City Council and say, hey, okay, how many minutes I got? 3 minutes? Well, let me educate the mayor on the foundation of this country and start educating him on what built America. Nobody immigrated here. Well, show me the immigrant that volunteered to go on the plantation with us all day.
Right.
Please show me that.
Please.
There's nothing in the history books that say, yeah, this guy came from this country and he wanted to go work the plantations. Who wanted to go volunteer and go do that? We didn't want to do it.
Right.
No. Like I said, he took it a bit further. Let's go a bit further here. Let's get back to what he said. Hold on.
There were immigrants that colonized the first colonies in America.
He said there were immigrants that colonized the first colonies. So The colonizer is an immigrant too. So everybody's immigrants. And that's a new one on me, y'all. The colonizer is an immigrant. Man, y'all are taking this immigrant thing way too far. Way too far. I don't think the Native Americans would think those people are immigrants. I don't think they would think that. Because true immigrants, let me tell you what a true immigrant would do. A true immigrant comes to a place already built. An immigrant, integrates himself or herself into the society. And then we all work together in the country to make it a better place. We don't divide ourselves. When Black Americans speak on these issues, they want to say, oh, you're divisive. No, it's no divisiveness. When Shabuzi and the rest of them get up here and say, yeah, shout out to being an immigrant this and immigrant that. Okay. Oh, wait. You went to school here in America. You got cultured here in America.
Right.
America is the one that helped you get to where you're at. Instead of saying, you know what, I appreciate my personal family. Yes. For being supportive. And I'm thankful for the opportunity I got in the United States of America, because without this country, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Then that would be actual and factual. But the first thing they say, I want to give a shout out to immigrants. Like, immigrants didn't help you do crap. Let me go there. Immigrants didn't help you do anything. You did it all by yourself. If you got successful, okay, some people maybe help you along the way, but at the end of the day, you did it. It wasn't immigrants. They didn't do nothing for you. Because if that's the case, they would help you in your homeland. Yeah, that part is pain. We say, you say AOC been MIA. Yeah, where's she at? That story with that woman. Hold on. Let's go to that story. That story was horrible. Let me go to that story. Let me get to that story. Because maybe people thinking I'm just talking out, because I don't want to be talking and y'all just thinking I'm not telling the truth. Hold on. Let me type this up. Hold on. We're gonna put this up. Let me see. I want to go to actual complaints. All right, but they showed the woman too. Let me see. What? I didn't know that either. ICE deletes SA protection for trans immigrants. What kind of crap is that? Hold on. They showed a picture of this woman. I just want to see if I can find that picture of that woman. She's a. Let me see here. He pled guilty.
Knew it for a former the Southwest Embassy who having a detained 6-year-old pleaded guilty of custody began with his authority. Corville.
Okay. No, not that one. I just want to show. I mean, I can show the story, but I wanted to show that man. Let's see here. Hold on. That's Fort Bliss. Okay, this is Shreveport Times. I know one of them had a picture, and I remember seeing that. This one don't have her picture either, and his picture as well. I'm thinking, hold on, y'all. I let's see, mother. It's and it's not the first time either. Wow, it's been happening. Let me see. Hold on, that's another one. Oh man, I thought it. Let me go to this one here, and they say it's widespread at the women in. Let me put this up. This one last year. Hold on. They're talking about under the Trump administration's aggressive crackdown, more women detained by immigration authorities are being exposed to, SA mistreatment and the denial of basic rights and detention centers across the United States. Many women interviewed by the HuffPost said they were SA denied medical care during their pregnancies and subjected to other serious human rights violations while in U.S. immigration and customs enforcement custody. They said they're creating this black box impunity where they're keeping women who are pregnant or who have advanced health needs. They said there's no one watching the human rights abuses. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see something else here. So these people, these people are doing whatever they want to do to these women in detention. And like I said, we don't see AOC. We don't see nobody saying a word. Saying a word. You know, maybe I'll go back to this one here. This is the only one I can find from a month ago. Because I see more than this. They look like they scrubbed a lot of this information. Let me go ahead and put this back up on the screen. Okay, cool. So, a former detention, pleaded guilty Monday to SA of a ward or individual in federal custody. David Corbill, 56, entered a guilty plea before the U.S. District Judge Robert Summerhays as part of an agreement with prosecutors. His charge carried 15 years in prison. Now, this is a private prison, actually. It's not any kind of federal facility. It's a prosecutors said Corbill began personal and romantic relationship with Nicaraguan detainee who has been held on immigration matter. Like, y'all, that was not the story. Why are y'all lying? It said he had contact with her multiple times. She was under his custodial supervision. They said the original story was this man basically essayed this woman, of course, in the janitorial closet, like they said, and just so she can talk to her kids and things like that. They say he smuggled gifts such as food, jewelry, letters, and pictures of the woman's daughter into the facility, and he resigned after learning investigators have obtained recordings of phone calls between him and the detainee. And this dude is a Caucasian. But what I'm saying is, why haven't LULAC and the rest of them have come out? She's Nicaraguan. No matter she's Nicaraguan, she's Latina, and they supposed to be defending the civil rights of Latinos. So, where's AOC? And maybe we need to start saying that a lot. Where's AOC on the matter? Why she isn't defending Latinos? Because I'm tired of hearing black people being called to the forefront to protest, and nobody's calling AOC. You know, where's Joaquin Castro? He's another Hispanic person. Where's Ted Cruz? He's Hispanic. Why he's not going out there and seeing about Hispanic people, right? I'm just saying, there's a lot of Hispanic people in Congress, and they're not out there saying anything about what's happening to Hispanics. What kind of representation? I guess they representation like our representation. Don't do nothing for the people, right? I think Latinos need to be raising hell on their own people. Why are they rounding them up, and why are they dealing with abuses in these places and nobody's saying anything? And you know, if it's happening to Latinos, you definitely know it's happening to Africans and Caribbeans in those places. Well, where's all the CARICOM to be saying something about these detention centers? I'm just asking questions.
Yeah.
Where's the African Union? They talk about 6th region, right? Where y'all at? Saying something about what's going on in these detention centers. No, everybody look at us and say, hey, black people, what you gonna say about it? No, what y'all gonna say about it? What y'all gonna say about it?
Right.
You ask someone else to do something that y'all won't even do? Well, where's you know, she be talking about immigrants all the time. Yvette Clark.
Yeah.
I ain't heard her say a word about these detention centers. And they got Jamaican immigrants in there. She's Jamaican American. I want y'all to notice something. They're not saying a word about all this going on with ICE and these detention centers. But they want to demonize us as black Americans and say, oh, well, why aren't y'all saying nothing? Oh, well, why aren't y'all on the front line protesting? Oh, y'all must hate immigrants. Okay, if we hate immigrants by saying we just gonna kind of mind our business, then y'all loathe them then. Because y'all won't do nothing for your own people. And also you other Democrats who promote immigrant all day, you won't go say nothing and do nothing either. Y'all that scared of Trump? Y'all that afraid of him?
Mm-hmm.
Congressional Black Caucus, you two, y'all immigrant caucus. Well, you don't go say nothing about immigrants? I mean, if you're going to say something about immigrants, this is your time to shine. And you're not shining for the immigrants right now? You could be a hero to the immigrants right now. And none of y'all doing it. AOC want a Senate seat. AOC, that's how you go get it. Go get it that way. become a heroine, and there you go. You go out there and get knocked upside the head by ICE and all that, and man, people are like, oh man, AOC real. Let me go vote for her. What did you say? What did you say? Is who? The person that did that crime was a white person. It wasn't us. It was not. Trust me, if it was us, we've been plastered. But I read the original article showed him, his mugshot, and it showed her picture too. It actually showed it.
Yeah, I think they scrubbed it because I don't see none.
Where is? Hold on. I don't know if they scrubbed it or what. Okay, that's his picture right there. I just don't want to put that word up on the screen though, because they'll get me in trouble. But the dude, if you look it up, what I'm telling you, just type in woman essayed in ICE detention, David Corville, and you will see his picture. He's them folks. He one of them. But my thing is they putting their own people in these detention centers, and they not fighting for them. Let's get back to Mr. Butts here saying everybody an immigrant. Okay, let's get back there.
So we're all immigrants. Immigrants built this country in search of opportunity, and what is being done to hardworking Americans.
Okay, immigrants built this country in search of opportunity. How do you search for opportunity and build a country at the same time?
Right.
Sir, the immigrants that came here, it don't take much to go look and see. The majority of the immigrants that came here, first was a lot of European immigrants came here, but the America was already built when they came here.
Right.
I'm talking about when they just really was flooding Turtle Island and going to New York and all of that. It was already built. We laid the groundwork of this country. We built up New York for them to come land in.
Mm-hmm.
We had Seneca Village. We have so many places in this country, real land and cities and things. You know what I'm saying? You know where the Pentagon is at? That was a black town.
Yep.
Look it up. Where the Pentagon is at right now, that was a black land, black town.
Mm-hmm.
How could we even have towns if it wasn't even built? When you go to another country for another opportunity, it's because there it's already built up. When you go there, it's going to be opportunity for you because it's built up. It'd be like me right now. If I was to go to South Africa and say, you know what, I want to go to South Africa because there's some opportunities in South Africa that I would not get here. How can I get the opportunity? Because it's already built up. The roads are built, the buildings are built, the infrastructure, everything. I'm not going over there to build. I'm going over there to get a quote unquote better life based on the infrastructure that's already built there for me to do it. I'm not going over there going in part of South Africa where it's barren. Okay. It's just grass upon grass for acres and acres and acres. Well, they say hectares over there, but hectares. I'm not going over there because that's not the opportunity. The opportunity, for instance, is in Johannesburg. The opportunity is in Durban. It's already built up. I'm going to show up and try to grow out of what's already built up. That's what immigrants do. Immigrants don't come and build anything. Founders build.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with going to a different country and having a different life. There's nothing wrong. I'm not against people doing that. I'm going to repeat this again for the people in the back who don't like to listen. I have no problem with someone immigrating here, especially from the diaspora. And if they are cool, they understand the history of America. They rock with us. They're not against us politically. They're not side with them folks. They think more like Ibrahim Traore. They think more like Julius Malema. If that's that mindset coming over here, like Ibrahim Traore and Julius Malema, I want all the black people that think that way over here. I want them. And the ones that act like, Candace Owens and Myron Gaines and the ones like that, ICE could take every last one of them out of here.
Right.
Let me repeat myself again, because a lot of you don't like to listen. If you got a mindset like Ibrahim Traore and Julius Malema, I want you here. I want you to stay in this country because you are a brother or sister. But if you think like Myron Gaines and talk like him, I want ICE to get you out of here tomorrow.
Right.
And I don't care. Just bottom line. And technically, that can go for all communities who are immigrants, what I just said. We don't need people here who are attacking us and saying horrible things to us in a country we built, and because we built this country, it gave you opportunity to come over here.
Right.
Now, some of you come over here with this attitude like, oh, this is a white man's country. That's how you think. And we in your mind, just recently found out that we're not immigrants. But once again, I'm going to say it again. I'm acting like Dr. Umar. If you have a mindset like Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, if you have a mindset like Julius Malema, okay, I welcome you to America. Please come. Just do it the right way, but please come. If you think like Myron Gaines and Dinesh D'Souza and all them kind of people, I don't want you here.
Right.
Did I say it? Did I say it plain enough for everybody to get it? Did I say it openly? I'm not against y'all. I just want certain mindsets of y'all to be here. And the other mindset, I want gone.
Right.
Now, Cynthia say, this not our fight. We are focusing on and minding our own black business. Of course we are. But we can't sit up here and let people like Mayor Butts constantly lie like that history, lying. We're not immigrants. And when he called the colonizer an immigrant, I kind of when I first heard that, I lost it. I'm like, no, this man is not calling a colonizer an immigrant. Boy, y'all going too far with that immigrant conversation. Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, I've been loud and clear, but because, and also let me make something else clear. When I discuss what happened in this country historically with immigrants and how they moved, okay? I'm discussing that openly as well because...
Let me show y'all something real quick. So Lil Lack made a post about this. David Corbell, 56, a contract detention officer at the South Louisiana ICE Processing Center in Bissau, Louisiana, entered a guilty plea in federal court and admitted to sexually assaulting or abusing a woman from Nicaragua who has been held in ICE custody at the facility. This comes as DHS Secretary Noam continues to create obstacles stop Congress from conducting oversight visits in detention facilities. So they made a post, but like Phil said, had they been actually speaking out against this shit? Like, had they really been making an uproar? It's one thing to make a post; it's a whole other thing to like actually. And then look at the comments. Go vote Rasa. Yes, you're right. It's O'Connor. Carl Cleveland. Probably a damn cheddar. May he brought a hope to God. No one ever puts the woman in his life in the same predicament. Ice out. So Lil Lack did do that. Go back to this.
Why people did what they did. For example, so you can understand, immigrants, we talking about in the diaspora, that come here, whether they from Haiti, whether they from Somalia, whether they from Ghana, Nigeria, wherever, Ethiopia, they came and then they got into communities of their own. They got into their own enclaves. They did not say, let's go and just integrate with Black Americans. They all separated themselves. And what I said about doing that in this country, that is dangerous, because when them folks are after you, you don't have backup. That is an accurate thing I'm saying. I said, I want to repeat myself again. Why would you go to a different country and separate yourself away from the people? Why? I also said that also happens in your homeland. And because that happens in your homeland, that's why you can have so many ethnic groups and don't like each other in the same land. That doesn't make sense. I did say that. If you left where you come from doing that, then try something new in the new opportunity you have in a different country. So say, okay, I'm gonna leave that mess over there where I come from. I'm gonna do something different over here. Because right now, ICE can easily go exactly where these enclaves are at and get people. They say, oh, let me go to little Haiti and get them. Oh, let me go to this Jamaican area, get them. They know exactly, because you're in enclaves. It's too easy for ICE to target you. Now, what if everybody that came here say, hey, we're going to live in Black America. We all going to be the brothers and sisters together. Then ICE would have to come through and don't know where they're going, and you would actually have some backup. That is an accurate truth about this country. You left a system of ethnic groups, tribes, etc., and come to a system of race, but you tried to operate yourself like you still was in tribe and ethnic group, ran country. And now that's coming to bite you, because this system is built on race, not that.
Right.
So we bring that part of it up, and oh, you don't like us. Oh, you don't like Africans. No. The truth is the truth.
Right.
That's all it is to it. Now, if a person lying on you and just putting false information out about moves you made and all that, then hey, you have a right to push back. But it happened. It happened. Well, we don't want to lose our culture. You don't have to lose your culture being among Black Americans. Who said you had to lose your culture? I haven't met one Black American say don't practice your religion, don't practice your culture practices, don't eat your food. We've never said that. But it would have been better to practice some Pan-Africanism. Yeah, I did say that. It would have been better to practice that. But you chose not to practice Pan-Africanism. And now Black Americans say, nah, okay, we cool, man, because we can't beg people. And even then, because I know my people, if you're a brother or sister that got that mindset like Malema and Ibrahim Traore, and they see that you got that mindset, and you from the African continent, you from the Caribbean, whatever, they're like, oh man, what's up, bro? Like that. If you talking that good talk, you understand who's the real problem in this country, and it's not other Black folk, we ain't got no problem with you. So I want to make sure to reiterate that, because I don't like people taking what I say and say, oh, he said this and he feel this way. No. I want to be very clear on how I feel. I can't stand that when people take a part of what you say and oh, he said this and oh, he admit that. And no. I talk very plain and clear. I'll be honest, that's one thing that annoys me about these microphones. People hear what they want to hear. Or they hear one thing they don't like, and then they just completely turn off everything you said, and then they all typing messages, saying things about you didn't even say. Like, did you listen to fully what I said? Yeah, it's like nobody want to take responsibility. They want to tell us to practice Pan-Africanism, but they didn't want to practice Pan-Africanism. And then we called that out and say, you didn't want to practice Pan-Africanism. You wanted to practice what you wanted to practice. You wanted to separate yourself in America. And now, since them folks after you, oh, now you want to practice Pan-Africanism. Now we all Black. And we say, hey, man, why are you saying you Black now? You didn't want to say you were Black then. Oh, you don't like it. So accountability is not liking you. I'm sorry, but you got to be held accountable for the choices you made. Now you can fix the situation as much as possible. I believe you can. I'm not the kind of person that don't believe, people can't be redeemed. You know what I'm saying? At least I have grace for people definitely in the community to redeem themselves. But you got to accept analysis of what you did. Now, listen, I understand. Now, one thing I do understand, this is global with black folk. You don't like being held accountable. That I do know. That's a trait that's all over the world with black folk. You don't like when somebody call you out. You don't like being held accountable. You get very angry about it. Your first defense is to say, we don't like you. You don't like this one. Trust me, I've heard it from Black America too. I've heard it from Caribbeans. I've heard it from Africans. I've heard the same thing. When you hold them accountable, you don't like them. You will never grow in life if you don't be held accountable of the things that you've done and the things that you may have said that could be harmful to yourself, your overall community. None of us like being corrected. I don't even like it either. But sometimes you got to take that if you want to be a better person. If you want to be a better person. But here's the other flip side to it. Don't start practicing Pan-Africanism because them folks after you. Because then people we're gonna still look at you sideways like, well, oh, now we all black? Like, well, why we wasn't black during Joe Biden?
Right.
When everything was all good. Why we wasn't black then? Why we wasn't brothers and sisters then? You got to ask those questions, and you can't get upset when those questions are being asked to you, because let me tell you why those questions are being asked to you. We have been used like a $2 hoe.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has had a turn with Black America.
Yeah.
If I can make it plain.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody used us. Yeah. Everybody has used us. From the folks to the Asians to the Latinos to those in the diaspora.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has used black people. Use our fight, use our voice, use the laws that we fought for and literally died for.
Right.
Everybody has used us. And the one time we're saying, that day is over, everybody's upset or everybody's just confused, don't know what's going on because they can't use us anymore. You use us to be your shield, to get beat up, shot, while you stay behind just watching. That's what's the problem. We're not being used anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So because we're not allowing ourselves to be used anymore, well, what's the first thing? Oh, you must not like us. You're anti-immigrant. You're anti-African. You're anti-Caribbean. No. We're not anti-anything. We're just saying we establish a boundary finally. And listen, when you establish boundaries, people will respect you. If anybody can get access to you and do any old thing to you, then they don't respect you.
Mm-hmm.
You got to set forth boundaries. And Black America said, no, we're setting forth boundaries. You're going to respect our community, our lineage, our heritage. You're not going to lie on our ancestors. You're not going to lie and say we're immigrants and we are not immigrants. Because the immigrants come to a place for a better life and they come to have something that's already built. Though immigrants didn't come here to a barren land. When you look at after the civil rights movement, if you look at the numbers of all the immigrants that came in, America was already built and going when they got here. A lot of them really flooded this place. We're talking about non-white immigrants. After the civil rights movement, after the Hart-Celler Act, which is that immigration bill. After that was signed, you could look at the numbers and how all these different people start flooding this country. A country was already built.
Right.
They didn't come here and say, oh, okay, well, this patch of land over here, these acres, shoot, I got to build up a whole community. They didn't come here for that. They come here to places that was already built to work, and they established themselves. They started businesses in buildings that was already built.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe some of them today would build some buildings, but that's still already established in this country. So you can't say immigrants built this country and then immigrants came here for a better opportunity. You can't do that. Immigrants have a foreign flag. We don't.
the point, Uncle Phil. Right, I'm gonna move on.
Yeah. Who's down there said that? Sneak. Yeah, pro-self is not anti-you. That's right. And you know, self-preservation is the first law, they say, you know, right?
All nature.
Self-preservation. And we have not been preserving ourselves.
Right.
And the deal is, y'all gonna have to get up. We're talking about the other groups. Get up and get in the fight in America. America's a place that you got to fight to keep your rights and fight to keep your freedom, because these folks always trying to figure out a way to take it from you. That's why you're always fighting in this country, because they just move wicked. They don't want people to have rights and freedoms. You got to get up and fight now. It's time to fight. It's time for you to fight for some civil rights for a change. It's time for you to get involved politically.
Right.
It's time. You can't just sit back and say, "Oh, I'm a work and I ain't got nothing to do with me." Now you got to deal with America. You got to get involved. Let's see how you vote in the midterms too. I want to see the midterms. I want to see the midterms. I want to see how y'all vote. I'm very curious. I'm not talking about black folks either. I'm talking about Latinos, especially Latinos. I really want to see what Latinos, how they gonna vote. Oh, I'm so curious to see how Latinos gonna vote. White people, I already not paying attention to them. You know, I would never count on them to do a thing right politically. But you know, some agents are getting grabbed up too. They don't show it as a whole lot, but agents are getting grabbed up. I remember that video outside of Atlanta. ICE went to the Vietnamese nail shop and cleared it out. They all was illegal immigrants in there working. Now the black women was mad, like, man, he was doing my nails. You took him, like. So they rounded them up too. So I want to see how agents vote.
All right, thank you, Uncle Phil. I think that's it for this.
So that's it. That's
it. All right, so the hell with you, Inglewood Mayor James BUTCH Jr. Immigrants did not build this country. This country was already built before immigrants arrived, so you just stop with that nonsense. All right, so moving along, we got Paul Bird's song again. Oh, God. So now, since they got 86 from the Black Panther Party, they started a new party called the Black Lion Party. And these bastards just had the audacity, disrespect the Black Panthers again. So the invert rock star who Kahari put me on to was going to give us an update on that.
Us to fight for that name, right? And I said no, right? And my stance is still no. I'm not finna fight nobody over that name. You know what I'm saying? I don't see the point. While I'm fighting people over that name, I could be doing the work. You know what I'm saying? And I feel betrayed by that name, right? I feel like that name betrayed me, because when my comrade got jumped over that name and got his face cut up, and when my other comrade had to pull out a gun and shoot back to defend himself, Aaron said it wasn't important for him to come address that. So that stuff is happening based on marching orders I can prove you gave me, right? I ain't no snitch, so I'm not. That's why I didn't broadcast it. But allegation, we know you told me what to do, right? Not even the video. My comrades was there. We heard what you said, and I did exactly what you said. I got the messages where I sent him, Billy J. Brooks, and Bullwhip the videos, and they all... Wonderful, comrade. Hell yeah, comrade. The next thing you know, they pulling the support because of the video. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and then my comrades are getting attacked behind it. And one of my comrades killed somebody. Oh, we're evil. We're the bad guys. And we was just defending our... Fuck that. I'm not doing that no more. You don't got my back? Cool, I got it. This Carhartt shirt got my back. You know what I'm saying? My comrades got my back. You know what I'm saying? To the people.
And you already know what I say makes sense. And look, I thought I was finished talking about this dude, but when you're talking about my people, I cannot let anything slide. First of all, it's Black History Month, and he's still talking about the Black Panthers. Second of all, in the words of Martin, sit your $5 ass down before I make change. You think we care that you feel betrayed? Hell no. It was your fault. You decided to use that name, the Black Panthers. You decided to use that name instead of being creative and coming up with your own goddamn name. And it cost you. But before I spaz out in this video, we saw your kind before. And this time we will not allow another William O'Neill to infiltrate our people. Matter of fact, you sound just like them. Matter of fact, run the tape.
My recruitment by the FBI was very efficient, very simple, really. I'd stolen a car and went joyriding over the state limit, and they had a potential case against me, and I was looking for an opportunity to work it off. Opportunity came when FBI agent Roy Mitchell asked me to go down to the local office of the Black Panther Party and try to gain membership. So they appointed me as a security captain. When I joined the Black Panther Party, most of the information that I was giving him at that time was new information to him. So as I grew inside of the party and began to learn things, he grew also. So he knew the members better than I did. Generally, I was paid in cash. I suppose at any point, if I needed $1,000 or $2,000 from the FBI, I couldn't have gotten it. I thought Fred Hampton was pretty idealistic. He was pretty dedicated to the Black struggle. I felt like he gave a lot. He gave his life. And out of the 16 months that I knew him, I don't have anything bad to say about him. I'm sorry that he died like he did. He was, in my opinion, he was murdered by the Chicago Police Department. For about 7 months, I was his personal bodyguard. He wouldn't go anywhere without me. And I know Fred Hampton better than anybody. Also, I felt like I could have been caught in that raid. I was there that night, and I felt like if I had laid down, I probably would have been a victim. So I felt betrayed. I felt like I was expendable. I felt like perhaps I was on the wrong side. Yeah, I had my misgivings.
And you already know what I say, make sense. Then I said, wait. I noticed something. When it comes to these informants, they all say they feel betrayed. William O'Neill said that. This dude said that. Do y'all think we give a damn if y'all feel betrayed? We don't give a damn. You still speaking on a Black Panther's name, dog. It's Black History Month, and you still speaking on them. They told you to drop your flag, stop using their name, and you still feel some type of way, huh? You still mad, huh? You really mad. I know why you mad, bro. Someone sent you on an assignment to cause confusion amongst our people, and you thought you would succeed. You thought you was gonna make that shit happen, but we saw right through it, and I love that shit. And stop gaslighting our people, bro. Stop bringing up Huey P. Newton and Fred Hampton. Oh, they fought for the immigrants. They fought for everybody. Yeah, we know they fought for everybody, but today, these immigrants, they voted for Trump. They wanted Trump. They thought they could come to this country and disrespect Black Americans, call us lazy, and say we don't have no culture, and vote for Trump because they thought Trump was going to look out for them. They thought Trump was going to, he's going to treat us better than he treated the Black Americans. We can just move in with the Caucasian people. It don't work like that. See, they really wanted to be a part of the Caucasian community. They wanted to be with those people, and it failed. They voted for Trump. Oh, what? You forgot? Well, let me remind you. Run the tape again.
The key word here is illegal, right? We're Americans. Latinos are Americans. We're not illegal. We voted for who we think would represent our best interests. That would be Donald Trump. Latinos don't identify with Kamala Harris. You know, she's out there pandering and this and that. We're not with that. We're way past that. It just, you know, Donald Trump, he's a billionaire businessman, yet he's out there speaking like just the common folk. You know, one of the biggest reasons was obviously economical reasons. We voted because of our pockets.
I really feel like that we voted for President Trump because he really does stand for certain culture identities of outside of like just the color of our race, but also our morals, our values. And I really feel like that President Trump was the best selection for us to vote for. And that's why we actually voted for him.
And you know what people get when they got a hard head? Belt to ass. That's what they get. And that's what's happening now. These people voted for this, bro. They wanted this. So you want us to go outside and put our life on the line for people who voted for this? That's what they wanted. They wanted Trump in office after Black Americans told them what was going to happen, and they didn't listen. So it don't make sense for us to go outside and put our life on the line. That's how I know someone sent you, dog. Somebody sent you to cause confusion amongst our people. And then look, you got to realize something. Fred Hampton, Huey P. Newton, those dudes in their early 20s, bro, late teens, to say the least, late teens. You are 40 years old. You think we're supposed to believe you? After you've been gang banging, after you've been causing hell in a Black community, you think we're supposed to sit back at 40 years old and believe anything you saying? Hell no. And the way you talking, we don't even talk like that no more, bro. That's how we know you cosplaying. That's how we know you read a few books, you watch a few documentaries, a few Netflix movies, and you talking like that. We don't even talk like that, bro. You use a slang from the 1960s. It don't make sense. We can see right through it. So you can stay mad all you want, bro. Just don't use that name. Just don't disrespect that name. You can call yourself the Black Lions. Although I never saw a Black Lion before, you can call yourself that. You think that we care that you feel betrayed by the Black Panther Party. Boy, we don't give a damn. It's people who spent 40-something years in prison because of that name.
Exactly.
It's people that died because of that name.
That's right.
It's people that still in hideout because of that name. It's people that lives never been the same because of that name. You think we care that one of your partners got slapped? Hell no. Right. We don't care about that. Don't disrespect that name, bro. Don't do that. Call yourself the Black Lion. We don't care. We never saw a Black Lion before, but we don't care. Go help out your people. But when it comes to my people, don't disrespect them, bro. We not going for it. Like I say, I was done making videos about these people, but when I see disrespect to our people, I have to call it out, bro. I have to call it out. Today, we not going for no disrespect. We don't care how betrayed you feel. And it's people in your comment, it's Caucasian people in your comment section talking bad about the Black Panthers because you talking about you feel betrayed. Boy, we don't care. We don't care. You would never be on the level of the original Black Panther Party. You would never be on that level. First, get in the gym. Get your vocabulary right. Those dudes in their early 20s, they wasn't talking, no, they wasn't doing that. And they was in their early 20s, late teens. Mm-hmm. Confident. Right. Head up. Eye to eye, not looking down, not saying no. They wasn't doing that, bro. Mm-hmm. So don't compare yourself to them. Don't disrespect my people no more. I'm out.
I feel your frustration, bro.
Let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I don't want to ally with him. That was from a Mexican-American president. He said that. And these people still feel this way. If we was in this same battle, who you think would help us? I'm out.
Exactly. All we can do is help ourselves. We ain't got no goddamn allies or friends. All right, so moving along. We got ICE agents say they're not getting paid or have health coverage. Oh. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, my laptop is acting real funny today. I don't know what's going on, but, we'll get through the live. Well, ICE agents have not been getting paid, and they've been airing out how they feel on Reddit. And, actually, I don't feel sorry for them. Donald Trump don't pay people. He got that reputation for not paying people. All right. And y'all are working for a 34 convicted felon. So he's going to say whatever he needs to say to you to get you out there doing that work. He doesn't care how long it takes to pay you. He doesn't value anybody but other millionaires and billionaires. If you're not that, he don't value you. He looks down on you. So apparently, many of these ICE agents have been working for more than 4 weeks without pay. They have been working without their health insurance. And they are now complaining. Remember, they had that $50,000 sign-up bonus, and even that is bogus. They really got screwed over taking this ICE job. But, you know, I literally, even after hearing all the stuff happening to them, I don't feel bad for them. I really don't. So that's on you. You have to understand Donald Trump don't see the urgency in paying you. And look how he did the National Guard. He screwed them over too. He screwed over the National Guard. But you think he won't screw over ICE? And look at the kind of stuff he was saying during the government shutdown. He felt that federal employees didn't deserve back pay. This is the kind of person you're working for. All right. He literally felt you should not get back pay, although it is in their contract. Whenever the government shuts down, they get back pay. And then look at the other things he did during the government shutdown. He was firing people. And they said that's also against policy for him to fire people while there's a shutdown going on. He didn't care. He fired people anyway. If you go over on TikTok, people were getting notices in the mail saying that they were, laid off. So if he is screwing your ICE behinds over, oh well. You signed on the dotted line in order for you to be out on them streets. And part of that $50,000 signing bonus, it's broken down over a 5-year period. So they get $10,000 for the first year they work, $10,000 for the second, and so on and so forth. So for the next 5 years, they got to stick with ICE, whether they like it or not. And if they leave, they got to pay that money back to the government if they leave before 5 years, y'all. I mean, they really got a shady deal, but those are the kind of deals Donald Trump does when he is dealing with what he feels people beneath him. These are the kind of deals he do. So even the guys that built Trump Tower, they were Polish immigrants. He screwed them over too. They had to take Donald Trump to court in order to get their money. He didn't want to pay. You see how big Trump Tower is, right? They built Trump Tower, and when it was completed, he didn't want to give them nothing. They took Donald Trump to court in order to get paid. And even when they got money, he screwed them on the money. So they ended up getting far less than what he originally promised. So, yeah, I mean, I would never do any deals with Donald Trump. I'm surprised people still want to work for this man. Seriously. Yeah, they sold their souls to the devil. Well, hell, they got to work for the devil now. They're going to have to stay on these streets and work for the devil for at least the next 5 years. They're under contract now. And they are complaining, y'all. They can't pay their rent. They can't pay their mortgages. They can't pay their car notes. They are complaining about everything they can't pay. They can't get groceries for their families. They can't do nothing but rough people up on the streets. So, hey, it is what it is. Their asses are now on the line for the next 5 years. Oh, well, can't say I feel bad for you. That's why, although there are some in our community that's ICE, but I have to tell you, out of all the groups, we are definitely the fewest. But the Latinos and the white people, yeah, they are just all up in it. I wish none of our people were involved with ICE. I wish none of our people were in law enforcement in this country. It's not doing them any good being there. It's not like it's helping us. It's not. Oh, and I wanted to thank y'all. I did get some more donations. I'm literally just $1,500 away from goal on my Give, Send, Go. So thank you. Thank you. And I hope I can make that in the next couple of days, and that will be it. So y'all, thank you a million times over. I pray the Most High will give it all back tenfold to you. So y'all, let's go ahead and get started. And remember, there is a 30% off of Butters on TikTok, Etsy, and Shopify. So make sure you grab up those butters, because I sure have plenty available right now. All right. Let me share my screen so we can get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you, G. Bowman Jr., for your channel membership. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
What's going on? Lots. Many different flavors in the shit sandwiches today, but there's one in particular that I like to talk about because I mentioned this in the back, and it has to deal with ICE agents. What is it that they offered you? What was the carrot that they promised you to go out and hunt innocent people? For you to leave your job as a correctionals officer and become deputized, okay? So you can wear your mask and go and hunt these poor people who are not criminals, okay? And then you use your own personal vehicles, your ATM cards for gasoline and food, of which now you're realizing you're not being reimbursed. Your cars have been vandalized and your insurance company is not going to pay for it. Okay, you were promised $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 bonuses, along with one of $50,000. Now you stop and wonder, $50,000? No, it was in the form of student loan forgiveness. And now you come to realize that shit ain't happening either because you haven't been reimbursed. Okay, Thanksgiving and Christmas right around the corner, and now all of a sudden it dawned on you, I'm not going to get invited. AI has unmasked me on social media. And my friends, family, neighbors, now they know who the fuck I am. My wife is divorcing me. My children won't speak to me. My neighbors hate me. And I don't want no part of this. Now I'm quitting. That's what's going on right now. So you know what I got to say to you? Fuck you. Karma's coming your way, and I hope it bites you in the ass really hard.
The most pathetic part about all of this ICE business is that they themselves are getting conned by Donald Trump. Obviously, the biggest thing for them is to harness their racism and to be able to play out their violent fantasies. But the $50,000 signing bonus was a huge incentive for them, even though that's a strangely low amount of money to take for a lifetime in prison when this is all over. But Donald Trump has a history of never paying people that he owes money to, and this is no different than these stupid bumpkins. So the way this works out is they are required to sign a 5-year contract, and then they give them $10,000 of that sign-up bonus just a few weeks or a couple months after they join. This is how they trap them in. But then the payout is usually $10,000 a year for every year that you're there, assuming you also remain under perfect job performance rating. But here's the big kicker. If you leave before your 5-year contract is up, you have to pay all of that money back. So these racists are all like, $50,000 to kick all these illegals out of the country. Woohoo! And then 8 months in, when they find out they are hated by absolutely everyone, including their own family and friends, they can't back out because then they'll owe $10,000 back to the government. And you know they spent that the second they got it. And it's even worse if they stay longer. If they tough it out for 2-3 years, they got to pay back every cent that they ever got from that bonus. So it's kind of funny, isn't it, that these people are once again under Donald Trump getting roped into another Ponzi scheme. Or actually, the way I like to think of it, it's kind of like a student loan debt, because these ICE agents have only been doing this shit for a few months. Imagine what happens when they're told they're required to do it for 5 years, constantly, every day being screamed at, shouted at, and told how much people hate you. I don't see many of them lasting that 5 years. And then if they are forced to bail, they are going to owe tens of thousands of dollars back to the DHS. Maybe that's something we should be saying to ICE agents on the street, reminding them that they got themselves into a lose-lose situation because the government that they promised would never tread on them played them for suckers.
So what I'm hearing, these fake agents, these fake ICE agents are working for the orange man for free, because that's pretty much what it is. So what it is, they get a $50,000 bonus for signing up, but they only get $10,000 and they don't get the rest of it until they complete the assignment for 5 years. And if they don't complete the assignment or stay with this for the 5 years, they got to pay the government back. Yeah, he did say he likes the uneducated, right? I mean, who don't know that this man don't keep his word? So what if they stay the whole 5 years, do all of this crime, because that's what they're doing. They're unaliving people for absolutely no reason at all. But what if they do the whole 5 years and this man don't pay them? I mean, they just is, I'm not going to say it because then my post will get taken down. But then again, I'm thinking, they really probably don't care. You know why? Because they're doing what they were born to do. That is unalive as many Black and brown people as they can, be evil in this world. So they might, hey, this might what they want to do, whether they get the money or not. But I hope they know that they're probably going to get locked up after it's all said and done. That's if they survive it all. They're going to owe either the government back or either they're not going to get their money from the orange turd. That's just the bottom line. And if for them to think that they really got full immunity, they don't got shit. They out here committing crimes for this orange turd. But he said he liked the uneducated.
Late breaking news. ICE agents on Reddit are complaining that they have not received some paychecks and their health insurance. Yes, you heard me right. They are crying me a river. And let me tell you some of the comments. One ICE agent wrote, "Man, it's been 4 weeks since I have gotten paid." Another agent wrote, "It's been about 2 months, still waiting. Has anyone else had this problem receiving their health benefits?" MSS said, "They don't know how long it will take, but I have a sick daughter." And some of the comments that were written that they could not pay their rent, their mortgage, or even their car payments. And this last comment is a good one. Still didn't get paid for the base check. Oh well, unbelievable. There you have it. ICE agents complaining on Reddit that they have not received their benefits or some paychecks. Agents waiting to get paid and waiting for their health benefits.
There was a story that came out on international news that talked about ICE agents using Reddit to vent about not getting paid and not getting health insurance. Yeah, apparently they were promised their bonuses, as we all know, the 50K bonuses, and it hasn't materialized yet. And the money they got, they had to pay taxes on. So it says 10K, but part of that money goes to the government. So they really made 6K. And remember, they don't get the full 50K, they get it in segments. So the first year they get 10K, and then they get another 10K every year for the next 5 years. But if they quit, not only will they not get the rest of their money, they have to pay back the money they got, even if they had stayed 2-3 years. So if they stayed 3 years and made 30K and they quit, they have to pay back the 30K. But what gets me is another story talking about how an ICE agent is not getting health insurance. And then he has the gall to complain about not being able to take care of his daughter, his sick daughter, as he abducts people off the street. Namely 10 5 2-year-olds, children, sons, daughters. The audacity. They honestly feel entitled to a good life after what they've done. Ruining lives. No, sir. Matter of fact, I hope you have the worst life. I hope your life is much worse than what it was before you became an agent. I hope you never find peace. I hope your daughter and your family members shun you. Most importantly, I hope you go to jail. All of you. And just following orders, I was just following orders. That's not going to help you. That's not an excuse. Ask the people who work for the mustache man. What happened to them? But I'm glad to see this. I'm glad that they're reaping what they sowed and realizing that they were conned. But I don't feel sorry for them because you still chose that job. They just preyed on your racism, your bigotry, your hatred, and your misogyny. That's all they did. They opened the job. You chose it. And now you can't leave. You're trapped. And there's no way out. Other than behind bars. That's your fault. Your life is over. And not a single soul feels sorry for you. That's the video. If you like what I talk about and you want to support me, go to my profile, go to my link tree, donate at least $1 to my Cash App, my PayPal, or my Venmo. 20% of that will go to Minnesota. Stay hopeful, trust your guts, and always know you're not crazy.
I feel so bad for them. Not.
Apparently, ICE agents aren't getting paid. So there is this forum on Reddit called ICE_ERO, or this subgroup, I don't know what it's called in Reddit terms, for current ICE agents, prospective applicants, or retired deportation officers to have discussion, to ask questions, whatever, right? And so this person on Facebook, Nosy for Real, she posted multiple screenshots from inside of the Reddit, and very interesting. The tea is always on Reddit. They are complaining about a number of things in this forum. I'm just going to give you a couple that I've seen. And number one is the sign-on bonus, the $50,000 bonus. They are discovering that it is not what they thought it was, and how the way that it's distributed, it's taxed so much that you don't even see half of it, and it wasn't even worth it. It wasn't even a real bonus because of how it was taxed. So they're not happy about their $50,000 sign-on bonus, okay? I saw another person say that they have been working for over a month and they have not received their first paycheck yet. Isn't that crazy? Imagine showing up to work. They're basically in their own little government shutdown, showing up to work, probably quit your job to get to work for ICE to get this sign-on bonus, and you haven't even received a paycheck yet. And then I wonder if we can even afford all these new ICE agents that they're employing, that they're hiring, because we just saw that the big, beautiful bill to give additional funding to ICE, they voted no. They voted no on additional funding. So is the budget there to pay all these people? Are we going to see a bunch of ICE layoffs pretty soon? Then there is another man in there complaining about the health insurance. He's also a new ICE agent. He's been working for a few months and he still has not got his health insurance card. He's been reaching out to, I guess, his manager to find out what's going on with his insurance, and there's no ETA. They don't know anything. And he says that he has a sick child that he cannot take to the doctor because he does not have insurance, or he doesn't have proof of it. And he's looking for insight on how long it took or what's going on, why he doesn't, what's going on. And it's funny because I actually know somebody told me that they are aware of some people who quit their jobs to go work for ICE. And it's like, look, everything that glitters isn't gold. Okay. And I could definitely see this going downhill. I can definitely see a bunch of ICE agents getting laid off, right?
Oh my God. Apparently ICE agents aren't getting their payments.
I don't fuck with you.
They're complaining on Reddit. I'm fucking crying. They're complaining on Reddit that they're not getting paid. I fucking can't. Carmen's a bitch, guys.
Y'all want to hear some good news that'll make you smile? ICE agents haven't been paid. Donald Trump, his administration, has not paid his people. Shocker, I know. So there's a Reddit subgroup for ICE agents. So apparently there are ICE agents who have never been paid the whole time they've been working, nor have received the health insurance or gotten a 10K bonus, which if they read that fine print, they wasn't gonna get that money up front. Am I shocked about this? Absolutely not. Because you mean to tell me this man right here, a guy who has decades, a long history of not paying for employees, contractors, or other small businesses that worked for him or worked with him at some point in time. Oh, and let's not forget, there are cities to this day where they had the Trump rallies and the Trump campaign office, Trump himself, never paid them. Where they have the rallies, they still haven't gotten the money yet. Now, let's give it 100. There are probably some ICE agents who know they're not getting paid. They're just evil. They want to be Gestapo for the love of the game. But yeah, man, racism is really expensive, huh?
Apparently, ICE agents are not getting paid. I don't know if this is true or not. And I'm hoping this was, people posing as ICE agents on Reddit, but apparently there are ICE agents taking to social media platforms, written platforms, to say that they're not getting paid. Some of them are claiming they haven't paid in 6 months. Some of them are saying that the health insurance they were promised for themselves and their family hasn't been processed yet, and it's been months. And I honestly don't know if it's true. And apparently the $50,000 bonus is not given to them outright. It's factored into their paycheck. So it forced them into a higher tax bracket. So they're actually getting taxed more than they would have been had they not gotten the bonus, because the bonus is now being spread out amongst their paychecks that apparently they are not getting. And I can't say I feel bad for them. Y'all signed a deal with the devil, and y'all have been running around happy as all get out to drag people away from their homes and whatnot. And it's really unfortunate that this is what came of it. But if it is true, that is really sad. But this is what happens when your chickens come home to roost. Y'all have a great day.
That's what I'm saying, y'all. Look, Donald Trump ain't never hide who he really truly is. He ain't hide that. But I do take joy in this. You know why, y'all? I take joy because most of ICE are your Proud Boys, your KKK members, racist Latinos, So those are the people Donald Trump are screwing over. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. G. Bowman Jr., thank you for the 22-month membership. So, look, I just want to say, it seems like anybody that put their trust in Donald Trump always get screwed over. Asio, Grand Rising, Shalom, Yasserel, Yehuda, all El Aldonai, Yehuda. Okay, so protection blessing for your surgery, sister. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for always supporting my channel. I deeply appreciate you. I do. And may the Most High bless you in return. G. Bowman Jr., nothing new. Remember, ancient pharaohs and Caesars had paid Melita and police also. Yeah, look, the bottom line is, see, this is the result of putting your trust in Donald Trump. I tell you what, even if I was younger and could do the job as an ICE agent, I would never consider doing that, especially for somebody like Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't even pay his lawyers, y'all. His lawyers will go in the courtroom, fight a case for Donald Trump, some mess he done got himself into. And when the case is over, go look online at how many lawyers got screwed over and got no pay from Donald Trump. Now, if he's going to do that to a lawyer, do you think he gives a shit about some lowly ICE agent on the street? He don't care about you. That's one thing about Donald Trump. He is definitely equal opportunity when it comes down to not paying folks. That's the one thing he is equal about, for real. All I got to say is if y'all walk away, unfortunately, there's some knuckleheads that would run and apply for that job again. So he probably got an endless cycle of idiots out here that will grab those jobs. So even if y'all walk away, they probably, because remember, I think they said they had over 100,000 people that applied for ICE. So if y'all walk away, they got a whole stack of idiots that are ready to step up to the plate. That's what they got. And they know it. They know it. So they'll just pick up the phone, go to that 100,000 plus stash, pull out some more applications, and call some idiots on the phone that will dive on that job and take it, not realizing they probably ain't gonna get paid either. You know, and you know, in the media in this country, how come y'all don't bring this up? How come when Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller and even Donald Trump, how come y'all never question them on why they don't pay people, especially Donald Trump? Boy, y'all really don't do your jobs. If we weren't on social media bringing things out, things would not be brought out at all by mainstream news. It says a lot. So y'all, this is what I have for you on this subject matter. And I thank you for being here. I guess the Proud Boys ain't so proud anymore. You know, people were asking, what happened to them? Why are they so silent? No, they done took them ICE jobs. I know where they are. They done took up them ICE jobs. That's where the Proud Boys are. That's why you haven't seen or heard from them anymore. They got those ICE jobs. And they're the very ones that Donald Trump right now is screwing over. Serve your behinds right. So y'all, this is going to be an interesting year. 2026 is going to be off the charts. Look at how this year started out for the Gentiles. Ooh, this is going to be juicy. Like True Royal says, this is going to be a juicy year. Yes, it is. So y'all, I will see you later. I got another one coming up. We're going to talk about Shabuzi doing his acceptance speech for a Grammy he won, and he won it in country music, which comes directly from the slave field. And he stood there and said, this country was built by immigrants. And of course, he brought the place in an uproar. So we know these folks are always trying to erase our history. Everybody is trying, and it's literally every group is trying to erase our history. Every single one. So I will see you then. Y'all have a wonderful day. And I saw somebody was asking about my Zelle. My Zelle is my email. It's LEESA stories@gmail.com. I'll post it. So anyway, y'all, I don't, I don't know. And I saw another person said they couldn't get on to my stores. I got onto my stores just fine. So I don't know why it's not working for you, but you can go to my Etsy, and that is Lisa Crafts. I'll put that in there. .etsy.com. But I clicked on my links and each one took me to TikTok, Shopify, and Etsy. I did not have a problem. All right, y'all. I will see you later at 1:45. Shalom, family.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 6, episode 12. Join us later on today. In the meantime, make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button, and like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations of Black empowerment. Appreciate everybody that came through. Let's see, Michael came through. Kukizi came through. Appreciate y'all for coming through. And Twin and Matt. I think that's everybody that tapped in this evening, morning. And anybody else peeking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah starting off in the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace, twin.